Good afternoon and welcome to our study session this afternoon. Ms. Hurtado, can you announce our study session, please? Actually, let me announce the roll first. Sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Gomez.
It's okay. Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Corsi and Wysocki.
Thank you. And we are expecting Councilmember Wysocki to join us shortly. Councilmember Corsi will be joining us at 4 o'clock for our regular session. Ms. Hurtado.
Thank you, Mayor. Study session item 3.1, it's the Council Guide to Emergency Management Basics, Part 2, our communications plan. And I have Paul Lowenthal, our Assistant Fire Marshal, and Neil Bregman, our Emergency Coordinator.
Welcome. You might want to clarify your title.
Emergency guy.
Thank you for that clarification.
Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for the Fire Department.
Thank you.
So if you recall from our session back in April, we went over sort of at a macro level an understanding of emergency management and how the Emergency Operations Center works and how we break that up into pieces and take on an emergency and sort of manage it from the Emergency Operations Center. As part of that, we briefly touched on the fact that communicating with the public, both from our side and on a day-to-day basis, are very important parts of dealing with an emergency, and I promised that we would come back and focus on those different types of communications that we do for the city, especially in emergencies. So that's what we're here to do today. I do need to bring up one point from last time as a follow-up, which, so Julie, you asked us to invite members of COPE here today, and we had put them into GovDelivery, which is a way of emailing large groups of people without getting caught in spam. And about 2 seconds before we started today, I realized that I'm 99% sure that I invited that group of people to be here at 4 o'clock today, not 3 o'clock today. So that was oversight on my part. I truly apologize. I in fact sent it out twice, but if we don't have members from the community here today and you expected them, that's my fault. I invited them for 4 and not 3. But so I'm going to turn things over to Paul, our Public Information Officer, who I work with on the emergency community. That's a great introduction, I know. On the emergency communications parts, I should probably have Paul.
That's a tough intro for communications.
I should have Paul look at my communications more often before I send them out. He probably would have caught that. But Paul, our Assistant Fire Marshal, is the Fire Department's Public Information Officer, as well as the #1 Information Officer for our Emergency Operations Center. So we worked on this presentation together, but he's sort of way more versed in actually what we do on that information side, and I sort of sit to the side and advise. So I'm going to turn over to Paul, and I'll be here for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. So like Neil was saying, the focus is really to define the types of communications we do for public safety messaging purposes. With that, the primary focus was to basically define the modes of communication that we utilize here in Santa Rosa and have informally utilized and plan on really solidifying and moving forward in the future with them. But before we dove into defining those public safety modes of communication, we need to better understand the type of communications that were occurring across the city currently. And we define those as routine messaging as that kind of first mode of communication that comes from not only public safety, but like I said, the city had a vested interest in understanding how these city departments communicate to their constituents, their stakeholders, to council at that ground level before we better defined the other modes of communication that are more public safety oriented. So we started out with literally a survey of all the different departments that covered what does your department consider routine messaging, and we saw that routine messaging for every department is very different. For us, a significant structure fire or the grass fire that's occurring on Highway 12 that closed down 12 at Fulton Road, to us is routine messaging. To somebody else that might be more than routine, but we define that as routine. So we went through and defined what they consider routine messaging, who they distribute their messaging to, does their department have a distribution list, Do they communicate their messaging, what they consider routine messaging to council, executive staff, the city manager's office? And what social media tools do they use? So we use that as a survey to kind of as a baseline to define the routine messaging. And then we also defined, and these will clear up a little bit more, I promise you, as we move forward, but these other two modes of communication we titled them as emergency public safety information, which is essentially utilizing EOC operations, the PIO section out of the EOC, to facilitate emergency public safety information. And then that third mode of communication that we'll go into is actually the Emergency Operations Center's public information. I promise it'll get a little clearer. What we wanted to show here in this slide is that although we have the three modes of communication, they can all kind of overlap in some way. So we could have routine messaging that's occurring from a department, but it could escalate to something more significant or where it requires actual public safety emergency messaging, much like we did with the storms or with the grass fire in Fountain Grove, something of that nature where we escalate out of routine, but we could still have some routine messaging going on, or we could have a full-blown EOC activation. But although they step up from the basic level to the most advanced level of the EOC, they could overlap in some ways. So back to that starting point, the routine messaging, department specific. We put this slide together just to kind of better outline what that really means, and we did this through the survey. So like I was saying earlier, what the fire department considers routine messaging is those high-profile incidents, and we send our press releases out through social media, through our delivery system. It goes to council, goes to city manager's office. So we have a very defined process for how our messaging goes out. Police department does NICS alerts. They do social media. For high-profile incidents, it could be a foot pursuit or a drug-type incident. But we routinely see their messages through Nixle. Like I said, then we just kind of go through the list of all the different departments and survey them to see what they use so that we can also take advantage of those in the event that we do have to get emergency messaging out to a larger audience if the need ever arises. From that and with...
I just note that the city manager's office isn't on the list and wondered about community engagement. I know we're a person short there, but thought I would see them on the list.
The community engagement was originally going to be in this presentation, and so I think they would have gone on it, but yes, they will be, yeah. In fact, the idea that we're looking into is actually helping to utilize community engagement to facilitate the needs of the departments that don't actually have the processes in place. So that's where it's an important component to help with that.
Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, not to pile on that issue, but that was one of the core reasons for creating the Department of Community Engagement, was to be the lead PIO for this. So you've got my support in continuing to move in that direction, and hopefully I'll get to see what it looks like.
So from this, and in working with the city manager's office, and through the survey of all the different departments for the department-specific routine communication, there's an expectation as we move forward that all departments have a plan and process in place, that they have a method to communicate, that they have approval process in a standardized format and distribute all the way down to distribution lists. And that's where that key component of the community engagement plays into where that would be able to help facilitate those needs for the departments that don't have that currently set up. So in the fire department, not to keep using the fire department as an example, is we have that clear procedure, that process that we use from the incident commander to the press release to the distribution list and how it goes out. There's other departments that could benefit or could utilize that community engagement component to facilitate and help move them forward with the process and take that lead role for them as needed. So then jumping into that next level is what we've titled emergency public safety information, and in parentheses non-EOC, not to confuse it with the EOC structure. The emergency public safety information is where we utilize the team of individuals to push out emergency messaging both to our internal and external audiences. Like I said earlier, it is essentially the EOC structure, the public information structure, but without the activation of the EOC. The beauty of it is it can be based on the needs of the department that is primarily affected. And staff will then make the recommendation about how much staff is actually needed to facilitate the needs. So an example, the significant weather events that we had last year. We saw, I think we first utilized it 2 years ago when the National Weather Service said, we're gonna get 12 inches of rain in Santa Rosa. Now, they were forecasting that. Did we really think that was gonna happen? No, but that's what the models were showing, so you need to prepare for the worst. So we essentially utilized this function before we actually formally kind of put it together and brought in staff members from the various departments that could potentially be affected by the storm and essentially formed a team to facilitate the emergency public information needs. So it was everything from sandbags to providing updates on any potential road closures or any structural damage. But we surveyed all the departments and we worked very closely together to provide that communication to our stakeholders, to keep council updated. In last year, we saw that there may be issues with getting staff members into the Laguna Treatment Plant. So we communicated to not only council and to our state or to our community, but we also used that team to communicate messages to our employees as well.
Paul, you're talking about the access roads?
Correct.
Thanks.
And the idea was too is that our workforce doesn't just live in Santa Rosa, but they live in the greater Sonoma County, if not further. So with the Bay Area as a whole going to be impacted, that team came together to help put that messaging out, like I said, to not only council, but also to our employees.
Thanks.
And I'm sorry, and other examples that we could potentially pull that team together would be a significant wildland fire where we have evacuations in place, where we don't actually have any, like I said, there's no EOC activation, but we do have multiple departments that can be affected. So unfortunately, if Fountain Grove has the fire and we are having evacuations, we're gonna have road closures, we're gonna have police department in charge of evacuations, fire department with suppression. So there's multiple departments that all would have potentially a message that would need to be communicated, and that's where the team would really come together and benefit from this process. So kind of what I was touching on, that team has a defined process and workflow that we've seen used over the last couple of years. Provides the communication to council, city manager, and executive team at the high level. We're communicating to the public and communicating with city employees. I jumped ahead on the slide, sorry about that. So then we get into the EOC, the actual full EOC activation, which is based on the needs and kind of ties into what Neil had talked about in part one, when the EOC actually is activated, and that could be the earthquake that we know is eventually going to come. We escalate from the grass fire in Fountain Grove that creates some evacuations for a limited term or a small period, a short window of time, to a large multiple day wildland fire or a mudslide, something that creates the need for the EOC to be activated. With that comes the EOP, the Emergency Operation Plan, has a structure in place for the public information section to utilize. So through the EOC, we have various tools and resources that are at our disposal that can be used under the EOC activation. We can activate a call center. So right now, if we have the need, we can put together a room of 5 people, all on phones that we've established that can be set up anywhere through our ShoreTel system that can allow people to call into an emergency public information line to answer questions about whatever the emergency could be. We have the ability to establish a joint information center where if we have agencies outside of the city involved, whether it's the county, whether it's health, whether it's Red Cross, we could come together under the EOC operation to have a joint information system where we're all working together to standardize and formalize our voice. Kind of tied into what we talked about the last one with the shelters. One of our responsibilities that I that as a public information officer is a lot of people think it's just about talking to the media. That's a tool, that's a piece of the puzzle, but the community is who we really want to focus on. So when I go out as a public information officer around the state with the management teams, one of our primary focuses is, yes, to talk to the media, but more importantly, it's get to the shelters, to where the actual community members are that have been affected, and to have that one-on-one interaction with a public information officer or a member of our team to let them know what's happening, so that they're not just hearing about it from the media, but they have somebody that they can directly interact with. And like you see down the list, liaison with the city manager's office, coordinated effort with the press releases, utilization of SoCo Alert, which is a new tool we have, which is essentially what you probably would know better as like the reverse 911 system. And obviously another important component is the Santa Rosa's AECS, which is a, I don't know, Neil, if you want to dive into that a little bit, but a redundant communication system that is an important component of what we have available to us. But all those pieces are available through the EOC, but what we were talking about earlier is these are also resources that we can actually use through that second mode of communication, that kind of middle level, where they're tools that can be available to us based on the needs. So who are the people that are facilitating these public information requests, the needs, the team? So under the EOP, the Emergency Operation Plan, which is where this comes from a public safety standpoint, we have police and fire represented as the lead EOCs, as the lead PIOs, which is where also community engagement coordinator will be tied in as a lead to facilitate those needs as well. And then we have all the different departments that are important members and part of the team, and those people are Adrienne Mertens from Rec and Park, Elise Howard from Water, Julia Gonzalez from Transit, Raisa de la Rosa, the current acting Economic Development Manager, Jake Bayless from IT, and we also have additional staff. We have Dylan from Rec and Parks, Keith Roberts from PEDH, Teresa from Water, Danielle from Community Engagement, and Serena from the partnership. So these are all very highly trained individuals that all have a lot of great experience, and a number of which have actually been actively taking public information classes specific to emergencies and EOC operations. So they're all very important team members to facilitate these needs.
Paul, when people go on vacation, et cetera, how does that function? How do you notify people with some simple things like that, like vacations, and who's in charge?
So from a backup standpoint?
Yeah.
So theoretically, the police is a backup to, so I could theoretically back up John, or John could back up myself. We've also had other members of the, some of those department PIO members, Adrienne, Elise, Julia, Raisa, Jake, who are also taking a lot of advanced classes that we've been helping get them into, so that we can also lean on them too as well, and get them trained and be able to step in for us if for some reason both John and myself are unavailable. But there's also a process in place, much like when I go out or PIOs like myself go out around the state or around the county, there's processes in place where if you need to order a public information officer or somebody who is what we consider a type 1 or a type 2 PIO, they can be ordered through different request systems to come in. They don't necessarily need to know about the city, but they know how the process needs to work, and they would then could help that staff be successful and know what needs to occur to make it a successful operation.
And that's what you did in Lake County?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Whoops. So to kind of summarize a little bit, this slide is intended to
Sure.
show.
Hold on a second, Paul. Ms. Combs?
Thank you. So I see in-house outreach to other in-house entities. How are we coordinating with the school system, major employers, the hospitals? Is that shown here? Did I miss it?
No, but that's where it's not on the PowerPoint, but we do currently do that. We have learned lessons, primarily I believe it was 2 years ago, when Santa Rosa City Schools had they decided to close it let's close the schools during I think that was the storm 2 years ago. And from that, we learned lessons that we didn't have that direct communication with them. So we've had meetings with the junior college, with the Santa Rosa City Schools. We're also involved at a county level where there's what's called, the county has a virtual joint information center. So there are different tools that are available to us where we would coordinate with them based on the needs if they're affected.
So do we have a PIO officer in the team whose responsibility it is to communicate with the school system? Do we just do it differently? That's not how it's done, or?
The school has a designated person who if it's myself, would communicate directly with them, depending on what the need is. So if there's something that was happening in Santa Rosa that was affecting schools, a lot of times what you'll see is the school representative, if it's, say the EOC is activated, where a school will send a liaison officer or representative to embed themselves into our public information center, and that's where it ties back into what I alluded to earlier about that joint information center, where that's where it allows us to have that that tie to those other agencies that could potentially be needed.
They contact us,
Or we reach out to them. It just really depends on.
but we don't have a person whose responsibility it is to make sure that someone has reached out to them. It depends on the circumstances.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So the different modes of communication, like we're saying, basically step up from one another. So you have the department-specific communications that could escalate to the emergency public safety information, then all the way up to full-blown EOC operations. What we're trying to show here in this particular slide is that any one of these modes of communication could have a crisis component involved in them, almost like an incident within an incident. We talked about how to kind of define this, and we don't want to necessarily get caught up in the details of the examples that we want to use. We're using examples just to show that we've thought this through, and we recognize that there needs to be a way of facilitating these public information requests. So, like I said, let's not caught up on the examples, but a train incident, for example. If we had a significant train incident in Santa Rosa, you're going to have multiple departments involved. We're going to have a joint information center involving whatever the rail that is involved, anything that else was involved in the incident. We're going to be talking about potential injuries or effects from the actual accident itself. But from that, there may be requests to the city of, well, what's the future of the rail? Where do we go from here? So what we're showing is that there could be the public safety messaging could be taking place, but at the same time, there's going to be a voice from community engagement or the city manager's office that's going to be facilitating the communications requests for that crisis or the incident within an incident. Trying to think what the other example we were talking about that would be appropriate.
If unfortunately we had a structural collapse of City Hall.
Right. Yeah. Then in that particular case, we would be talking about rescues. We'd be talking about structural damage. But then there's going to be the crisis of how do we get the business or the City Hall back online, or what are we doing in the interim, or what kind of partnership are we doing with the county to facilitate the needs of our customers. And that's where there's a crisis or an incident with the incident that's taking place. And that's where we could potentially be have the EOC activation taking place or the emergency public information taking place, but there would be a voice from community engagement or the city manager's office dealing with that crisis that's separate from the actual incident that's in progress. So from this and moving forward, we saw the need to define the modes and move forward from here. So now that we've defined them, the plan would be to move forward and communicate this process and this structure to all the departments, to the executive team, everybody that would be affected so they know that what is the direction we're moving and how we want to facilitate these needs. We would, in addition to that, we'd continue to survey the communication tools that are currently being used by all the departments that we initially surveyed early on to get a better understanding of how people are communicating. So we'd keep up with that process. There's also discussion about keeping executive staff informed of any type of breaking public safety issues or needs. So we looked at different, having the executive team tied into social media originally, and now we're looking at other means that could be better suited for executive staff, and we're looking at it like SoCo Alert or Nixle, but having a mechanism in place that allows us to communicate directly with executive staff to keep them appraised of incidents, significant public safety incidents when there is a need or an activation of some sort. The city's also working on implementing a new media policy, and there's currently monthly marketing outreach meetings that take place that now have representatives from fire and police involved in them. We want to improve the processes that we have as we move forward. So we're looking at a seasonal calendar. So we know that California basically has 3 seasons right now: rain, fire, and earthquakes. But in addition to that, we know that in winter that we have flood issues. Not necessarily, I shouldn't say flood, because we don't typically have significant flood issues in Santa Rosa because we've got a great system in place to mitigate that. But we could have mudslides, we could have temporary road closures, needs for shelters, whatever the case may be. So the plan would be, as we move forward, ahead of that season, the team would get together, look at what we did last year and what we can improve upon as we move into the next season.
Paul, can I ask a question about that as far as the flooding? I know that downtown is low-lying, and if there was a blockage at E Street, the downtown could flood. If there was significant debris that built up rather quickly and there was an event, how did the merchants, is there a special way that communication for merchants, or is it just basically they would know because the alert would go out to the community that the downtown is flooding and you really can't come in? How does that work?
So first, before we talk about that, I do want to emphasize that when we talk about winter storms, we do push to the community to make sure they know that Rec and Parks, TPW, all those various departments do a ton of work ahead of the season to make sure that incidents like that don't take place. So we do push that. Even when Kmart had the little structural collapse, we focused on not just talking about the collapse, but really on all the good work that all those various departments do ahead of time to prevent the flooding issues. If for some reason we did have that incident where we did have imminent flooding that was going to occur because there was some sort of unexpected blockage that was going to back up into downtown Santa Rosa, then yes, through SoCo Alert, we could essentially draw a box geographically in the area that would be affected and then send out a recorded message to the people in that affected area. I don't know if that covers it, but yeah. So we do have a tool, we do have a process in place, which is the same process that we'd use if back to the Wildland fire example, if we had a fire at the base of a Fountain Grove Parkway that was pushing uphill and we need to evacuate all those streets above, we'd use SoCo Alert to essentially draw that box into the affected areas, and it's going to send out that blast message to the people within that geographical area.
I guess where my question comes in is that the merchants wouldn't be in their businesses. If this were to happen, I mean, they might be, but if it were to happen in the middle of the night, and their homes, and if they weren't in the geographic area, you get where I'm going.
Yeah, they'd be able to register for what areas they want to know about.
Gotcha.
So if they want to register their property or their business in a certain location, then regardless of whether or not they're physically there, if they've subscribed or signed up for that area, then they would be able to receive those alerts as well.
Great, thank you.
And then lastly, provide additional PIO training to staff and implement new social media technology. We're fortunate enough to receive funding, $30,000 worth of funding through Bay Area Urban Area Securities Initiative to host a workshop coming up at the end of the year to get our team members some really good training through a 2-day Joint Information Center class here in Santa Rosa. We're also looking at developing a training for executive staff in handling interview and media techniques. And we're continuing to explore and implement potential platforms to manage our social media. We have a lot of different social media accounts that are used throughout the city. One of our something that it is important to us is part of the inventory of the social media account is to have access to them also in the event of an emergency. So if we had something, now that once we surveyed all the various departments and know that we have Facebook, we have Twitter, we have all these various accounts that all the cities are using, we have a vested interest in having access to those as well. So if we do have some sort of a significant emergency where we need to get that message out to them, that we can utilize them through a platform to facilitate those needs. That is.
Any questions, council? Comments? Ms. Combs?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to appreciate the email. First, appreciate the whole project. Thank you for doing this. I look forward to how we coordinate with our neighborhoods. I think that's going to be a key issue, particularly in major disasters. So understanding how neighborhood coordination goes forward is something that I'd like to know more about. I very much appreciate the email that I got from Mr. Bregman. Thank you. Outlining why we don't publish location shelter sites. I see your reasons. I'm not sure I'm convinced, but I see them. And I need to think about them a little bit more because I'm trying to figure out how bad is it to have to redirect a small set of people when you're trying to communicate to a whole city. So it seems to me that telling a whole city, here are the likely places that you might be told to go to, gives you a lot of time to share that information because there's no disaster. Whereas on the immediate day of the disaster, then you only have to redirect a smaller number of people whose sites aren't okay to go to after all. I'm just trying to balance that. We have to suddenly tell everyone in the middle of a disaster where to go, choice that we're making. And I see that others do it our way, but I don't find that particular argument persuasive. So I'm looking for why we make this choice to, rather than redirect a small segment of people, don't tell anybody where to go in advance.
So the email you're referring to was in response to your question about
Yes.
pre-designating, pre-publishing the locations, generally speaking,
The
of shelters. So
pre-identified list.
everyone after an emergency should go to the school closest to where they are. And if I understand what we talked about last time. And the reason we don't identify that sort of there's a default place for everyone to go is we don't know, we don't want people going to a location that may not be safe or any safer than where they currently are in the disaster and almost create a larger emergency than the one that already exists. So people start going to schools or other buildings, whatever they are, and they think that that's where safety is going to be, and they get there, and that building hasn't been inspected yet. The building's not structurally sound. The building's in harm's way because the fire is coming over the hill in the direction of the place they just went to, thinking it was better to evacuate to a shelter that's not manned yet because we haven't even gotten there and got it up and running. Another reason being, we don't want people going to locations that we as shelter workers in conjunction with the Red Cross or whoever else is running them are at yet because the building may not be open and be prepared to actually be a shelter. So now we have people standing around waiting.
So the first thing we want to tell people is, if possible, shelter at home.
If it is safe, absolutely, yes.
So they're sheltering at home if it's safe. And if it's not safe, we're not telling them where to go. And we have a handful of locations that won't be safe to go to, but we have a lot of locations that will be. I mean, not every one of our pre-listed shelters will be damaged. So,
But those places wouldn't be shelters immediately after a disaster yet. It takes time to get a shelter up and running.
where do people go between their place, they can't shelter in their house, they're not safe, and they don't know what to do, and we haven't announced that a shelter is available yet because it hasn't been inspected, cleared, what do people do in the gap?
Well, we're not talking about 12 hours. We're talking about a 2 or 3 hour period where we're getting the shelter identified, up and running, and start making announcements. And that's why we try to emphasize that people should have personal emergency preparedness as far as food and water and those types of things. And if it's
I
what you're
consider
talking,
that sheltering at home.
sheltering at home. And
Okay,
then
but you
beyond
just
that,
said if it's safe, so I'm trying to get there.
there's always going to be a small portion of people that for that 2 to 3 hour period, we can't serve every single person, but by telling them to go to a place that doesn't actually have water available or electricity, we then would have to locate them and move them somewhere else rather than knowing that they're for these 2 to 3 hours in that area where first responders are probably already in contact with them and taking care of them on site and then moving them to a shelter.
Okay, so in your view, it's worse for people to move to a pre-listed location than it is to shelter in place? Because that's what we're telling them to do for at least 2 or 3 hours.
I think it really depends on the situation, what the emergency is. You know, if we,
But if we don't ever give a pre-listed location, these are possible sites to go to, then it doesn't depend on anything. This is what we're telling. There's not a depend about it.
If I might too, and I understand that there's always a bit of frustration when it comes to trying to anticipate what might happen given certain circumstances. And I think that part of the frustration that we as electeds go through is we would like to be able to have an answer for almost every, every situation. And there will be, that's why they call them emergencies and disasters, there will be situations where, yes, they will be not necessarily in their home because part of their structure has collapsed and they're in their backyard, as we were during the 1969 quake. So there are, luckily it was in the summer and it was not raining and it wasn't horrible from that perspective, but we can't have answers for everything. And I think
I don't think I'm, excuse me, Mayor, forgive me, I don't think I'm asking for answers for everything. I think I'm asking that we identify and make public the pre-identified list of sites. And then we say, stand by for notice.
and I didn't suggest that you were asking for a list of, for an answer for everything, but I think that what you are asking for has been considered, and their recommendation as emergency professionals is that that could be a mistake to have a standing list of places where people could go or might go or should go unless the determination has been made that this is the right place to go. Otherwise, you are indeed endangering them more than they might already be.
I understand that that's what they're saying. The consequence of that decision seems to me that you have to then help people figure out how to shelter in place, at least for the early part of the event, the disaster.
And that might very well be the case.
And yet, I need that to be expressed clearly, and then our actions need to follow from that decision as well.
And that's where education and information comes in play, and self-responsibility to be organized, and our COPE program, and making sure because the cavalry is not going to be charging over the hill necessarily. We do need to take a fairly high level of responsibility for ourselves as well, and you're pointing that out perfectly.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I would like our fire department and our emergency disaster preparedness teams to facilitate the COPE program so that people can shelter in place while we get our act together so that we can tell them where to go. Because communications are not going to be better during a disaster than they are right now. Thank you.
to help, I guess, clarify or ease some of the concerns a little bit. So I've been fortunate enough to be able to go around to significant events around the state for the last 8 years and have seen shelters activated all over California. I've seen what happens when people go to the location they think they're always going to go to, because that's where they've had for significant wildfires in the past, and they get there and the doors are locked because they didn't know that the school had already said, no, you can't use us this time because we already have this going on. You're going to have to use a backup shelter. or I've seen a shelter that they typically use, they send everybody to there right away, only to find out that because of the fire, that's an area that they're going to kill power to, and now it can't be a shelter. Typically, one of our jobs as a public information officer is to, what I was talking about earlier, those field public information officers. We utilize them, and we utilize all of our different modes of communication that we have at our disposal to say, hey, if we're going to evacuate X, Y, and Z, this is where we're going to go, because there's been coordinated effort behind the scenes between police, fire, whatever the different agencies that are involved, the Red Cross, to designate a location, and then we push that message out. Just when I was working up at the Lower Lake fires, that was one of the issues you were talking about, where communications, there were no communications. The cell phone tower went down. There was no internet because the phone lines and everything were out. So we had a population that had no real communication that we're typically used to. No phones, no internet. So again, that's our job, is to get out there and put those people in the field. We very quickly generate what we call a fact sheet, an incident fact sheet that says what the incident is, what's being affected, where the evacuations are, what roads are closed, basic information that we put together on really quickly, and start making copies of it. And we typically will send people to, we call them trap lines, where they're areas where community members will typically go and congregate at. Grocery stores, gas stations, and we travel around those as quickly as possible and hit those locations and tell them, this is where the evacuation shelter is, just start passing the message on. And you start using those people as tools also, but you're also posting notices on the doors of the grocery stores and the gas stations. And we've been successful in doing it. The other thing to realize too is I've seen some pretty large areas evacuated, and most people, a majority of them, actually won't go to the shelter. They'll go anywhere else but the shelter. And I see it time and time again in all different types of communities, where they'll rather leave the area and go to a friend far, far away, or a family member far, far away, and just get on the road and take off, versus actually utilizing the shelter. In the Lower Lake fire, we evacuated, I think we estimated, I want to say 6,000 people. And we had 3 shelters activated, and I think the max at one of the shelters was maybe 65 people. And so that's, I mean, and those are the experiences that we have that kind of help us forecast and prepare. Now, for the earthquake, I don't have a lot of experience in what happens in an earthquake, and we do need to prepare for the worst. But we use our experiences and our tools to kind of help get those people the information they need and get them to where they need to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments, council? No, Mr. Wysocki.
I do, and I appreciate the presentation, and thanks to the mayor for bringing me up to speed as I was tardy getting down here to do other city business. You mentioned earthquake, so do we have a code regarding old construction that might not be earthquake-proof? I get emails all the time about pancake buildings or pancake structures. Is that something we should be concerned with in this town? I mean,
I would defer that to probably our building department or our building official.
Okay. I would just like that answered, and I appreciate the presentation. It seems like it's mostly natural events with two exceptions, hazardous materials, which would be a fire department response, and then active shooter pops in here. And that's obviously a law enforcement issue. But I didn't hear any talk about law enforcement response. Is that outside the scope of this presentation?
No, it could theoretically, if law enforcement had an issue or some sort of an event where they decided that they had a need to utilize this component or this process, absolutely they can utilize it. It could be, you're right, it could be the natural, but it could be a large-scale, peaceful demonstration where you just have a large volume of people that are peacefully marching for something, and they may ask for some assistance in helping communicate transit reroutes or something to that effect. Yeah, any department can theoretically utilize the process.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate the answer. The active shooter just stands out at you on here as it doesn't really belong. They don't belong anyway, but within the scope here.
Yeah, the idea was, and you're right, the idea was just, was to emphasize, and we did originally in the, earlier on, had a longer list of different examples, but you're right, it could theoretically involve any department or any need.
But that department would have to request it formally. Would they request it through the city manager then? Is that?
Yeah.
And that's very much the role of the community engagement director will have that. It be the chief communications officer. So right now it'd be the city manager's office, but that's where that
At what point
request
does
would go.
council,
and-
at what point does council get notified then? I'm sorry if you've already disclosed that. And the city manager asks for it, then we hear at that point? That's
yes,
in the policy?
And in the PowerPoint, it lays out where communication goes, and city manager, executive team, and city council are listed there.
Thank you.
Historically, I think like the storm example that we utilized, we provided that quickly high-level overview directly to you guys first, and then start working on the longer messages that are specific to the community, but we always try and get you guys in the loop as quickly as possible.
Well, thank you very much. We can never be over-prepared. Appreciate the presentation.
I just
Ms.
wanted to
Combs?
clarify, I think we had some people come in who had maybe received the 4 o'clock notice for a 3 o'clock meeting, and I didn't know if they had questions that they hadn't been able to make public comment on or not.
Would anyone care to make public comment on the emergency preparedness item? There was an error in the announcement timing. Anyone care to make comment? All right. Thank you. We're adjourned until 4 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Combs. No problem. Good afternoon. Welcome to the regular session of our Santa Rosa City Council. Madam Clerk, could you announce the roll, please?
We have roll call. Councilmember Carstrom,
Present.
Councilmember Combs,
Here.
Councilmember Corsi.
Here.
Vice Mayor Schwedhelm,
Here.
Mayor Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Wysocki,
Here.
Councilmember Olivares.
Here.
Thank you. And Mr. Tardo, could you announce the study session, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The council held a study session on our emergency communications and no report to follow.
Thank you very much. And we had no closed session this afternoon. Moving on to proclamations and presentations, we have four proclamations, and our first one will be presented by Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the proclamation for Desmoid Tumor Awareness Month, and the recipient will be Angela, Froschel? Like, almost, huh? And I understand this is a rare soft tissue tumor, technically not cancerous because it doesn't metastasize, but commonly treated by oncologists. I'll read the proclamation. Whereas 30 million people in the United States are living with rare diseases, there are 7,000 different types of rare diseases worldwide, with more being discovered each day. And whereas desmoid tumors are one of these rare diseases, in the United States, these tumors affect approximately 900 new people each year. Very rare. And whereas there are more than a handful of people battling desmoid tumors in Sonoma County right now, battling to find their diagnosis, to find a treatment that works among a sea of treatment options that do not work for many. Whereas desmoid tumors are aggressive, invasive, and potentially life-threatening. Yet due to lack of awareness, research is limited, medical professionals may be miseducated, patients continue to suffer through pain, mobility dysfunction, organ dysfunction, and worse, due to the tumor's effects on the body. And whereas Desmoid Tumor Research Foundation, the DTRF, provides hope for the future of the desmoid tumor community through fundraising, research, and awareness promotion, they seek to find answers. And whereas every year in September, the DTRF holds their largest fundraiser of the year, a patient-doctor meeting with Running for Answers 5K and a community-wide fundraising across the United States. Whereas the City of Santa Rosa acknowledges the importance of the search for a cure and the plight to raise awareness of desmoid tumors and all other rare diseases. Now therefore be it resolved that John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby proclaim September 2016 as the first annual Desmoid Tumor Awareness Month. Thank you.
Angela, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, mostly I just want
Oh,
to...
hold on. Let's get that mic queued up. There you go.
Mostly I just want to thank you guys for recognizing this for me. I know a lot of you guys in here know me because I work right here in your office, but I suffer from this tumor. I've been fighting it for about 5 years now, and I've tried chemo and surgery, and it just came right back. During the surgery, they actually took out my entire gluteus maximus and a bunch of other bone and tissue in that area, so it was really debilitating for me, and hormonal therapies. And earlier this year, why I was out for 3 months is I was bedbound due to an infection from the last experimental procedure that I was trying. There are other folks who really do pass away from these tumors if they crush or invade organs. You know, I'm actually really lucky with the placement of mine in my hip. And this is only one of like a ton of rare diseases. So we didn't have any kind of an awareness day or awareness month, but we have a community growing on Facebook and stuff. And so I really wanted to just start something and get the word out there. And also, like, I know I'm not the only one in the city that has a rare disease or something else. And I'm a really open type of a person, so just if anyone feels alone, I want them to know that they're not. And also, just to get yourself checked out, be your own advocate, because they were saying it was nothing, I was just overweight or whatever for like a year or two before I finally demanded an MRI, and I found that the tumor was already 21 centimeters by that point. So just be your own advocate, and I made a website too, desmoidawareness.com, if you want to find ways to donate or help me spread awareness for our first awareness month. So thank you.
Thank you, Angela. We're proud of you for coming forward and making us aware of this. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next is our employee fund drive, and I think this Vice Mayor has this proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Where's Kate and
Kim?
Kim.
Right here.
Oh, why don't you
there
guys
you are.
come up here?
Oh, you want us to come stand up there?
Yes, please.
Leave all my stuff back here.
Great to see the two of you here. So this is a proclamation. Whereas City Council and staff are committed to making Santa Rosa a healthy community where people feel safe to live, work, and play. And whereas to further this goal, the city partners with United Way of the Wine Country to hold an annual employee fund drive, with the proceeds being donated to the city's partner charitable organizations, United Way of the Wine Country, Community Health Charities, and Earth Share of California. And whereas city staff volunteer time, energy, and monies for events such as the online silent auction, free kickoff breakfast, and fundraising luncheons, with proceeds from all events being donated to the partner organizations. And whereas city staff may participate by payroll deduction, wherein they automatically donate a portion of their salaries to the charitable organizations of their choice. And whereas the city partners with the County of Sonoma to sponsor and participate in the annual Day of Caring, which includes opportunities to donate to the Redwood Empire Food Bank, Goodwill Industries, and Free Bookmobile of Sonoma County. Give blood via the Bloodmobile for Blood Centers of the Pacific, and volunteer time to improve conditions in parks, clean up creeks, maintain trails, remove graffiti, and perform painting, landscaping, and gardening at local non-profit agencies. And whereas the 2016 Day of Caring is focused on supporting projects benefiting housing and homeless services, and whereas the annual employee fund drive cannot grow and thrive without the dedication of city staff and support of the city council, now therefore be it resolved that John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim the month of September to be the 2016 Employee Fund Drive month. And I would, having been a former city employee, I would just like to add, the two of you have been doing it how many years in a row now? 5 for you? And I know some of your
We're going to
predecessors.
start falling down pretty soon, but yes, 5 years.
But you really have made it a fun event, whereas before it was like pulling teeth to participate with some, where I'm going back 20 years. And you have made it a phenomenal success, and just the spirit, even getting up at, I think it's 5:30, the breakfast starts in a couple of weeks, but you make it fun. I really appreciate the effort because it shows in the amount of employees involved. So comments?
Thank you. So I'm going to speak for the two of us this year. So I'm Kimberly Zanino. I'm the revenue manager for the City of Santa Rosa, and this is Kate Goldfein. We are the co-chairs for the 5th year. I didn't mention she's from Housing and Community Services. And so we just want to really quickly update you on the employee fund drive from this year, a few of the results from last year, and then we also want to just take this opportunity to say thank you to many people in a public way. So we believe very strongly in serving our community, and so do most of our staff members here at the city, all of them really, and all of you as well, which is evident by actions. So first we want to acknowledge and thank our generous employees whom last year donated $43,626 from their paychecks. We also had 50 of our staff members, I think it was actually over 50 last year, who volunteered a full day of their time to go to the Day of Caring. Next, we want to thank executive staff and all of you, because your continued support is what allows us to run this campaign every year and for it to be successful. And then finally, before we get to the events for this year, we want to really thank our employee campaign leaders. They are the real reason the campaign is successful. Every year, they make sure that all of the events are running smoothly. They make sure raffle baskets show up on time, that there are chairs and tables for people to sit at all the events. And really important, they clean up everything afterwards. So we can't say enough about this great group of people who join us every year to help us run all of these events that we're doing. I also want to point out that we have Rusty and Dominique from the United Way. So they are our reps and the people that we work with at the United Way, and they support us a lot through this campaign as well. So for this year's events, what we have going on are the kickoff breakfast. That will be on September 7th. Some people will be out there about 4:30 a.m. in the morning, but I won't. And I think Kate's not going to be there that early either. But they get out there early, they get the breakfast and they get everything set up so that when many of you show up to serve, it's all ready to go, and employees can come to that and they can participate in that for free. Managers actually pay for the supplies for that breakfast. Then on September 14th this year is the Day of Caring. So once again, we have a good group of people who are signed up from the city who will be participating. We did want to let you know that all of the events that our employees are volunteering at are all city focused. So they're all inside the city limits, except for there is one outside, which would be the Redwood Empire Food Bank, and that's because they serve our community as well. So that's one of the events that some of our people will be at. We are doing lunch at the yard, we're calling it this year. We are switching it up. It will not be the hoagie lunch this year. So what we're gonna do is have the Pasta King come in, and they'll be serving pasta, salad, and French bread for us. And then we also have the City Hall food truck lunch. So we bring food trucks in and they park out here, and then staff comes, and then the food truck vendors, they actually donate a portion of their proceeds for the fund drive for us. We'll have the blood drive, the mobile blood drive. We haven't scheduled yet. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be at the Day of Caring. Oh, okay. So the mobile, she schedules the blood truck. So, or I don't know if you want to call it that, but the van that collects your blood if you're donating. That's going to be at Day of Caring this year. So that will be out there for that. And we actually have that, we've been having that about every 2 months now as well. So they've actually been parked out here quite a bit too, but obviously this year with all the construction, it wasn't going to be a good year to be parked out front there. And then once again, we're holding a silent auction. So we are still welcoming donations, winking. If any of you are willing or wanting to donate, please let me know, because I'm the one who's actually putting the auction together this year. You are also able to bid on items if you would like to. So if you'd like to be able to access that site and see what's on there, please let us know and we'll make sure that that happens for you. And that really goes on right now. It's set up for about 7 weeks, but if we continue to get more items that roll in, we'll run it until we actually just run out of things to put out for auction. So we expect to have another successful year, but once again, we want to thank all of you, we want to thank city staff, and we want to thank all the volunteers that work on this campaign every single year. So thank you, and if there are any questions, Kate and I are happy to answer them.
I don't think any questions, just congratulations,
Great.
Thanks for doing it again, and let's hope to make the 5th year the best year ever. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Next, we have Councilmember Carlstrom, who's going to be presenting the Pollution Prevention Week and Creek Week proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This proclamation is going to be received by Jennifer Piccinini and Denise Cadman, both of our water department. Hello.
Hi.
And very happy to present this proclamation, which begins, whereas the week starting on the 3rd Monday of September is recognized as National Pollution Prevention Week throughout the United States. And whereas throughout much of California, including the Russian River watershed, cities, counties, and other stewardship organizations are recognizing the 4th week of September as Creek Week. And whereas our pollution prevention practices are intrinsically linked to the health of our watershed lands and waterways. And whereas the City of Santa Rosa supports programs to reduce pollution, increase the environmental quality of our watershed, and provide our communities with the knowledge to be effective stewards of the Russian River watershed lands and waterways. And whereas the nearly 1,500 square miles of lands, 238 creeks, and approximately 350,000 residents of the Russian River watershed are connected and mutually support each other, making the Russian River, along with its tributaries and associated features, important resources to the people of Sonoma and Mendocino counties. And whereas pollution in the form of trash and debris chemicals from industry and everyday living, and sediment from construction and many land uses and activities all have the potential to degrade the quality of life and the quality of resources within the Russian River watershed. And whereas the City of Santa Rosa, through our stormwater management program, strives to protect our lands and waterways through ongoing pollution prevention outreach, which aims to raise awareness of the harmful effects of pollutants to our natural systems. Now, therefore, be it resolved that John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby proclaim September 19th through the 25th, 2016, to be Pollution Prevention Week, and September 17th through the 25th, 2016, to be Creek Week.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Some words?
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Creek Week, September 17th through 25th, is kicked off by International Coastal Cleanup Day. This worldwide event is known as one of the largest volunteer efforts, and organizations of all sizes are coordinating cleanups of waterways. To celebrate our 100 miles of creeks, Santa Rosa Water is happy to host our 7th annual Creek Week. I wanted to mention a couple of items city staff is coordinating this year. Steve Brady, our senior environmental specialist, will host a historical tour across Prince Memorial Greenway on Wednesday, September 21st at noon. And Alistair Blyfus, our environmental specialist, is coordinating a Santa Rosa Creek cleanup on September 17th. Wanted to also mention that if anyone is interested in hosting their own creek cleanup in Santa Rosa, please visit the City of Santa Rosa's Creek Stewardship webpage. During the last 2 years, we've hosted Family Fun Day across the street and along Santa Rosa Creek, and this year we're highlighting our Laguna treatment plant and holding the event there. I'd like to introduce Denise Cadman, environmental specialist at the plant, to tell you more about it.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. At the Laguna Treatment Plant, the staff has long been interested in hosting some kind of big open house event to showcase our amazing treatment plant and to also educate our customers on how to be the best possible users in our system. So we had the opportunity to collaborate with Stormwater and Creeks, and we're hosting Family Fun Day on September 17th. Now, a lot of people have said, well, fun for all ages and sewage treatment, I don't see the connection. But that shows us where our opportunity lies to educate folks about how the critical importance of water and how it connects us to everything in our world. So we've got a phenomenal lineup planned. Of course, the Santa Rosa Water is going to be there, and we're going to have information on water use efficiency, on water quality, on stormwater in creeks, and pollution prevention. We have a lot of community partners that are going to be there as well. Sonoma County Water Agency, Laguna Foundation, Environmental Discovery Center, just to name a few. They'll all have information and lots of hands-on activities for all ages. We're going to have indoor presentations, slideshow, mini lectures on fascinating topics: mountain lions, river otters, beavers, bird rescue, and an outdoor talk on turtles. We'll have tours, of course, of the treatment plant, the native plant garden and demonstration wetlands, and also a short walk to the nearby section of the Laguna de Santa Rosa that's been restored. But that's not all. We're also providing free lunch and snacks, as well as all the Santa Rosa tap water you can drink from the hydration station. And the last but not least, we are going to be creating a community mural. So many of you may know that we put up a flood protection wall at the Laguna treatment plant last winter. And it's, very important, but not particularly aesthetic. So the designs that we're using on our poster and flyer are a part of the art that will be transferred onto the flood protection wall in a paint-by-number format, so that everybody who wants to paint and contribute to this work of art will be able to do so, and it will become the very first thing that both staff and visitors see when they enter the facility. So we do have flyers and lots more information at city.org/Creek Week. And if you have any comments or questions, of course, I'd be happy to answer.
I just have a comment. When I was first on council 10 years ago, I had a tour of the Laguna treatment plant. And lots of things have changed out there. Technology changes. It's amazing what they're doing. It was my favorite tour to familiarize myself with what goes on out there and how things are handled and the technology that we use. I would encourage anyone from the community that has any interest at all on September 17th to attend this unique opportunity, especially in this way. I think it's a first, and congratulations for putting it together, and I hope as many people as can come out and take a look, because it's a fascinating experience. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We hope to see you there.
And finally, the 25th anniversary of American Medical Response, and Dean Anderson, General Manager of AMR, is going to receive the proclamation that's being read by Councilmember Olivares.
Thank you, and Dean, I invite all of your team members to come down with you if they would, please. They made the trip, have them come down. Thank you. I will begin by reading the proclamation. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas American Medical Response, AMR, began serving the citizens and visitors of Central Sonoma County on July 1st, 1991, and whereas the AMR emergency medical caregivers respond to and take care of more than 25,000 patients annually, and whereas it is appropriate to honor the value and accomplishments of AMR providers by recognizing the 25 years of high-quality services that have been offered in a state-of-the-art emergency medical services system. Now therefore be it resolved that John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, acknowledges and celebrates the 25th anniversary of a medical response.
Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Congratulations.
Thank you. In front of each of the council members, we've placed a small plaque that's a token of our appreciation. We recognize fully that we cannot do the job that we do on a daily basis without the support of your folks and your staff, as well as the city's fire department that we work together very closely with on a daily basis. And it's 25,000 patients a year that we're seeing, and still continuing to grow in that number that we take care of. We have a team of about 160 EMTs and paramedics that are working here in Central Sonoma County in our service area to take care of those patients. We had, as I mentioned, enjoy a strong partnership with the fire department and supporting them with the ALS paramedic program that they're running on the engines, assisting with assessment and care of patients before the ambulance arrives to do the transport. That partnership allows us to provide better and faster response times to each of the areas of the city, and cross-training among our personnel, both on the fire as well as the ambulance side, and at a level of efficiency that's not available in other areas of the county. We very much appreciate the fact that we've been selected to serve Santa Rosa and the surrounding areas for the last 25 years. It is a privilege indeed. I also wanted to take a moment to recognize of the 160 folks that are still working on the street for us, we have 13 of those folks who have been here for the entire 25 years. 3 of them were able to make it today, and several are still out on the streets running calls. So somewhere back here, Karen Dowling, Doug Butler, and Janet Doty have also been here. So they're also receiving a plaque similar to what we're leaving behind for you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. And Dean, I also want to thank you and the company for the work that you do in the community with public education about emergency response and life-saving techniques. I know you've done it for us here in the chambers, and you're out there. You've participated for years, for example, with Leadership Santa Rosa, in, again, demonstrating and showing the value of just the general public taking action and helping to save lives. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. We have no staff briefings this afternoon. Ms. Hurtado, anything to report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have one item, and you may have noticed the signs around the plaza, but starting next week, September 6th, there will be impacts to the main City Hall parking lot. There will be limited access. There will be no visitor parking and no employee parking. Visitors are encouraged to park in Garage 9 on D Street, or they can park in metered spaces along Sonoma Avenue. Employees of City Hall and the Annex have been assigned parking in temporary parking in Garage 12. There will be access to the reserved underground parking as well as to the accessible parking slots. The parking lot is expected to reopen in mid-October, and this is to accommodate the garden construction that is going on right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Stricker?
I have no report, thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to statements of abstention by council members. Council, any abstentions this evening? I will announce mine. I will be recusing myself from 14.1 and 14.2 per the opinion that I requested and received by the Fair Political Practice Commission. I will be leaving the chamber, and Vice Mayor Schwedhelm will be taking over at that point. Moving on to mayors and council members' reports. Anything to report, council? Sure, Ms. Carlstrom.
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and it's interesting that we just declared Creek Week. Several weeks ago, I attended as our delegate the Russian River Watershed Association meeting, where we were informed that that organization and the city as a participant entity had received a grant to support working on collaborative efforts to monitor pollution and our general watershed quality. So the state is taking a more active role in those types of monitoring programs, and Santa Rosa is well served through our participation with the RRWA that will be managing those aspects. If you have more questions, I don't see our water staff here, but I'm sure that more details will be coming forward.
Great, thank you very much. Any other reports? Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just briefly, I was fortunate enough to be able to attend the Santa Rosa Training Center Police Academy graduation last Friday. City of Santa Rosa had 3 police officers graduate, and it was very inspiring when you saw the amount of recognition they got within their class. So this is a regional training academy, and 2 of the 3 now police officers, I believe they were sworn in today, received the bulk of the awards for excellence within that class. So it was a great event, and I was very impressed with the quality of the employees that we now have on board.
That's outstanding. Thank you. Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mayor. Our city is launching a health and wellness challenge called Strive for the 5, hoping that people will improve diet by eating 5 fruits and vegetables each day. This is predominantly city employee-based, but no one is prevented from joining the Strive for 5 challenge, and I hope to be taking part and have available score sheets for individuals who want to keep track of their 5 fruits and vegetables each day for the month of September. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number of meetings I attended in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. The new charity in town, the Rumba initial board meeting. Just today, we had a city attorney subcommittee meeting, which has nothing to report, but I'll let. Also, the medical cannabis subcommittee, which I'll let the chair report on, but also included discussions with the CPUC commissioners concerning the Jennings at-grade crossing and where that is in the process. But the big news was, as the elected appointee for the Sonoma County Mayors and Council Members Association, I am on the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation Open Space District, and the matching grants for the next fiscal year were announced last week. And Santa Rosa and the surrounding area came out quite well. The Southeast Greenway was allocated $1 million. Roseland Community Creek Park, $925,000. And Andy's Unity Park, $500,000. So Santa Rosa did quite well this time around. So I'm very, very pleased. The Board of Supervisors, as the directing authority for this district, will make the final call in October. It is very, very rare. In fact, since I've been on the board over there in 7 years, they do not turn down the subcommittee's requests. So very, very pleased with the news Thursday night.
Outstanding. Good news. Mr. Oliveris?
Thank you, Mayor. We did have medical cannabis subcommittee meeting this past week. As you know, we're on a very tight schedule in through September, so there's a lot of work going on. So we had a lot of information presented to us. We will be working pretty hard over the next couple of meetings to develop some recommendations for council to start finalizing some of these land use issues. So we hope to continue reporting back to the entire council.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, we did have a meeting this afternoon. We will be moving forward with the selection process of a recruiting firm for our city attorney, and that process is unfolding as we speak. And secondly, I do have an appointment to the Art and Public Places Committee. I'm going to be appointing Ty Jones to Art and Public Places, and Callum Weeks will be my appointee to the Northwest District to the Community Advisory Board. And I think that takes care of, sure, Ms. Combs.
I'm not sure if it's necessary, but my appointee to the core remains Lucinda Moore.
Thank you. I think that brings us to 10.2. Ms. Hurtado.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 10.2 is the designation of voting delegate and alternates to the League of California Cities Annual Conference. In order to vote at the annual business meeting at the League of California Cities 2016 Annual Conference, each member city must designate a voting delegate and up to 2 alternate delegates. This year's conference will be held in Long Beach from Wednesday, October 5th through Friday, October 7th. The delegates must be designated by the City Council, and the voting delegate and alternates must be registered to attend the conference.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'll entertain motions for delegates. But we need to ascertain who will be going to the, that's a good first step, who will be going to the conference in Long Beach, or maybe who is not going to the conference this year. Okay, Mr. Wysocki and Vice Mayor Schwedhelm is not going. Are you not going, Ms. Combs?
I had hoped to attend, but I will be unable to attend.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Oliveris.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry,
Mayor?
Mr. Corsi, that's right. You are there.
I will be attending the conference.
Excellent, thank you.
No, I was going to say, I guess we have our delegates here, so.
Well, Mr. Corsi, you will be attending the conference, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 4. We have the delegate and then 2 alternates, and we have 4 people that will be in attendance. So, no, you did say you were not going, Ms. Carlstrom? I'm sorry.
I will not be in attendance.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
And
Okay.
I am not attending either, so I was going to say it's yourself and,
So we have,
and Councilmember Corsi.
yes, so we have our
Do you need
delegates.
a motion?
Yes, could
So
you make the
moved.
motion? Someone make the motion.
So I think I'm sorry, does someone else have this item?
No, I think
No,
Councilmember
okay.
Carlstrom
Ma-
made a motion. I would second that motion.
No.
Just so I'm clear, so the motion is the delegate is the mayor, the alternate is Councilmember Corsi.
Yes.
Correct.
And if we could have a verbal vote, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Colstrom,
Aye.
Councilmember Combs,
Aye.
Councilmember Corsi,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schwedhelm,
Yes.
Mayor Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Wysocki,
Yes.
Councilmember Oliveris.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 10.3. Yes, I'm getting ahead of myself, so thank you. Yeah, looking forward to going to beautiful downtown Long Beach. This would be, so moving to 10.3, Ms. Combs, you had made this original request. Perhaps you could take it from here.
My understanding is that this item will in fact come up on the agenda at a future meeting and that we don't need to act on it. So I'm perfectly willing to withdraw the item with the understanding that it's already scheduled to come up with on another item later in September.
Yes, Mayor, right now it's currently scheduled for September 27th. It's the short-term transit plan, and we will be discussing the entire rate structure, and staff is also exploring some other options for consideration that would address Councilwoman Combs' concerns.
Outstanding. Thank you very
So
much.
skip the item.
All right, thank you, Ms. Combs, appreciate that. We have no minutes to approve. Moving on to consent, Ms. Hurtado.
Item 12.1, resolution, reject all bids for the Neighborhood Streets Initiative overlay for 2016. Item 12.2, ordinance adoption, ordinance of the Council of City of Santa Rosa authorizing an amendment to the contract between the Council of the City of Santa Rosa and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System.
Thank you. Council, questions?
Not a question, Mr. Mayor, but I may have misspoken earlier about during our statements of abstention. I believe I'll need to abstain on 12.2 since I wasn't present for the initial vote, nor did I view the video.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I had a question on 12.1, rejecting all the bids. What would be the next step? Because I saw some language in there that will be addressing it in 16, 17.
Good evening, Council. Dave Montague, Supervising Engineer, Public Works. We're putting together a new overlay project, which combines the project that we're rejecting bids for, plus the Roseland Neighborhood Streets project. We're going to put those together for a spring construction.
So this construction season will have no street overlays because we don't have an acceptable bid. Do I have that one right?
Correct.
And I'm making the assumption that we don't have the opportunity to put it back out there, because I remember hearing the degradation of the streets, big issue. I heard what the presentations were, and it seems to me like there's an opportunity, at least during this construction season, even as short as it is, to do something for some of the roads. But
we did have a slurry seal portion that is starting construction very shortly. The overlay, though, we're running up against rebidding it and then the winter season, which we wouldn't be able to overlay during. So we're putting together the project now. We'll bid it in the winter for spring construction. That's a pretty accelerated schedule.
Okay.
Sure, Mr. Wysocki.
Dave, thank you. I have a follow-up question. I understand that there's a clerical error, and I do believe it's state law where they can add that back into their bid. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Well, the low bid here, there was a clerical error, around $70,000, 4%. And I note that that's 24% below the next lowest bid, or it's a big jump. My concern is they get this back, okay, our clerical error was $70,000, we're just throwing a number out there, $1 million below everybody else. Guess what our next bid's gonna be? Why can't we just accept the bid with the clerical error to get the reduced price?
We could do that, but then you're forcing a contractor to perform when they've underbid the job, and or they made a mistake, and
well, we're giving them the benefit of their mistake. We're giving them the benefit of their mistake.
We did, yes.
Is what I'm seeing here. Maybe they did underbid the job, so.
We believe there was a clerical error, so it was not just a.
I think Jason wanted to add something, or.
Yeah, good evening, Councilmember Wysocki and members of the council. Actually, that low bid contractor actually specifically requested to be removed from consideration. So they recognized the clerical error, but they weren't interested in being considered for reconsideration with adding that in.
So doesn't that mean that the low bidder then is the next one? Why wouldn't we just go with the next one?
Because it's 24% above the engineer's estimate. And when you say low, this is low. And it's I guess we don't want to force them to perform, but to me, there's a lot of profit in those other bids is what I look at. And guess who's going to pay it?
Thank you, Mr. Wysocki. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any cards on this, do I, Madam Clerk? On the consent calendar? Any cards? No. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Vice Mayor, if you could break these into two pieces.
So we'll start with the first one, to move consent item 12.1 and waive further reading the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Your votes, council.
We have a voice, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. And that's right. This is vocal. I'm not used to that. Verbal.
Councilmember Carstrom?
Yes.
Councilmember Combs?
Yes.
Councilmember Corsi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schwedhelm?
Yes.
Mayor Sawyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Wysocki?
Yes.
Councilmember Oliveris?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
And then I'd move consent item 12.2 and waive further reading the text.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. And Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Carstrom?
And abstain?
Councilmember Combs?
Yes.
Councilmember Corsi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schwedhelm?
Yes.
Mayor Sawyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Wysocki?
Yes.
And Councilmember Oliveris?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you very much. And it's not 5 o'clock yet, so we can't take our first public comment period. And moving on to 14.1, and I will leave the chamber.
Ms. Hurtado?
Yes, item 14.1, it's report ordinance adoption of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adding Chapter 6-90 to the Santa Rosa Municipal Code concerning as to certain residential rental units in the city, A, rent stabilization, limitations on the termination of tenancies and the payment of relocation assistance, and repealing in their entirety ordinance numbers 4067, 4069, and 4070. Dave Gwine, Director of Housing and Community Services, presenting, and Michael Rauschar, legal expertise on the matter.
Hey, good afternoon, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. As the Deputy City Manager has described, this is the second reading of the ordinance you first voted on August 16th. We put this second reading together as a report because there were several text changes that we wanted to make sure staff got right. And so we would be going through all of those for you today in both a PowerPoint slide and also in your packet. We have a clean copy of the ordinance per se and also a red line version to try and capture all the various changes. And the slides are organized by, summarizing the text revision as well as referencing the section. So I'm just going to go through these one by one. There were 13 revisions in the ordinance, 5 in the rent stabilization capital improvement program policy, and then we'll close by seeking clarification on one item in that policy. So to begin, the council had directed us to include housing choice vouchers in the ordinance, so they are no longer exempt, and there's the reference section. Landlords must provide materials concerning the ordinance in writing and not just rely on city website materials. We also have where the landlords unbundle charges and fees per se, they must provide documentation showing the amount and that such charges have not been included in the calculation of the annual allowable adjustment of 3%. There was a fourth amendment, that was the agreement between landlords and tenants where the rent increase 3% is simply not permitted except with the oversight of the program administrator. And those rippled through several sections of the ordinance. 5, where a landlord has permitted a tenant to have a pet, the tenant retains that right even if the landlord changes the policy. Again, tenants may participate in the decision-making process concerning requests for rent increases above 3%, and that made some text amendments throughout several sections of the ordinance as well. The 7th amendment was the 30-day time limit for tenants to request rent adjustments was deleted, and now a tenant may request more than one rent adjustment in a 12-month period, so long as it's not based on the same or substantially the same reason. Council also wanted to eliminate as factors for the program administrator and the hearing officer to consider when evaluating rent increase above 3%, anything not related to a capital improvement plan, and you also asked us to be more specific in defining historic buildings, and so that amendment was reflected in section 90.08. We also defined what habitual late payment of rent would be. Clarified owner, move-in, and resident manager have been clarified. We also included your request that landlords must pay a relocation fee to a tenant at the end of a fixed-term lease of greater than 9 months. The 12th suggestion was that relocation fee shall be $1,500 plus the equivalent of 3 months' rent based on the monthly rent of a comparable unit on bedroom size. And then the last text amendment you requested in the ordinance where violators will first be referred to an educational program put on by the department rather than, fined as the ordinance allows. So I can segue into the rent stabilization capital improvement plan policy, or I could pause here to see if we got the ordinance section correct, whatever the council.
Thank you. Council, questions on the portion? Was it accurately captured from 2 weeks ago?
Thank you. Looks very good.
Okay.
Is 6-90.130 part of this section or part of the next section?
93.0.
That's relocation.
It would be in the ordinance, this section.
This section, okay. Do we want to separate the public comment or go on and do everything jointly?
My preference is to just do your questions, go to the presentation, and then go to public comment.
Okay. I do have a concern about 6-90.130A, but I would, my concern is the introduction of the at the end of a fixed term lease greater than 9 months sentence. And I'm wondering if that can be amended to include a phrase such as insofar as the termination is made clear in the contract and there's no intent of returning the unit to the rental market in the next 9 months.
Council would certainly be able to make that amendment here. If they wanted to wait to adopt this ordinance, we would need to make that amendment and reintroduce the ordinance. You would then be in a position to then adopt the ordinance at your next council meeting. There is no council meeting next week. So that would, the earliest you would be able to adopt would be on the 13th, which would then push the date when this ordinance takes effect 2 weeks. At that point, your moratorium would have expired. I believe it's somewhere in the 9 to 11 days of a gap. As a practical matter, no rents would be able to be increased during that period of time because notices would have to be issued under state law at least 30 days in advance. And so there isn't enough time to get a notice in and a rent increased in the approximate week and a half gap. But there would be a gap. The other way, and this is really the procedure with any substantive amendment today, you can go ahead and adopt the amendment as it is and bring forward an amendment at a future time, whether that's your next council meeting or later this fall. I do anticipate that staff may be coming forward with suggested recommendations in the fall, or frankly, even a year from now, you may find that there are things you want to tweak with this ordinance. So amendments can be made either today, or amendments can be made at a later date.
Just expressing my own opinion at this point and awaiting public comment on the item, I think I would rather go forward with the document as written than delay and have a possible gap. So I look forward to conversations with staff as they discover, as is inevitable in any new ordinance, editing and corrections and minor interpretation changes and possibly other corrections. Thank you.
Council, any other questions? Mr. Osaki?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I did get a concern on the capital improvements phase concerning the demolition of a rental unit and the reconstruction of new rental units not being specifically spelled out in the ordinance. Can that be addressed by staff, please?
So is that the next part of the presentation?
It is, yes. And
So if we want to hold that question.
Okay.
All right, then I have one other capital improvements. Is that also the next part of the presentation?
Yes, it is.
Well, then we'll wait for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Director Goyen?
All right. So moving to the revised text in the rent stabilization capital improvement plan policy, affectionately known now as RS-CIP. There were 5 suggested text amendments. The first was the interest rate calculation being 1/2 of the assumed interest rate of the Wall Street Journal's prime rate plus 1%. That's reflected in Section 5. Council asked that the cost of improvements be amortized over 20 rather than 15 years, so we made that change. You also asked that the dollar amount of the rent increase calculated under the policy from that 20-year period would then be removed at the conclusion of the amortization period, so we included that as well.
Excuse me, but before you go on, can we look at that slide? I just want to understand where the parentheses are in the math, and forgive me, you know, I'm a math fan. Is the 1/2 of the prime rate plus 1 or 1/2 of the prime rate plus 1? And yeah, it's an order of operation. I'm just trying to, and I believe the suggestion had come from our council CPA, so I'm trying to understand which one it is.
I'm sorry, but that was not part of the professional engagement. My thought when I gave it was the calculation that's presented to us was how did they get to the prime rate plus 1 and just divide that by 2. So it was the total.
Okay.
That was my
It's
thought.
prime rate plus 1 divided by 2, and I
Correct.
just want to make sure that's clear in the document. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council, I don't think the way it's written reflects that, so we will revise that section to reflect, I think the way it reads right now, it's 1/2 plus 1% as opposed to 1/2 of the prime.
Yeah, does that delay us?
I don't think it will because
Thank you.
I'm going to just go ahead and fully answer that question, is that the capital improvement policy is separate from the ordinance. It construes the ordinance and puts a little more of a finer point on some details. It was adopted by resolution the last time. You may amend that policy. The resolution takes effect immediately, but under either scenario, it's drafted so that the actual policy isn't operative until the ordinance takes effect. So you may amend it, and that can be done, but it's not going to delay implementation of the ordinance.
Okay. So the fourth suggested text amendment was the program administrator can provide the tenant with the opportunity to respond to the landlord's request for a CIP policy plan. And then lastly, when a tenant has informed the landlord that they intend to stop renting the unit because the rent increase is due to improvements, the tenant may remain in the unit until the work is completed, after which the landlord may terminate the tenancy and pay relocation benefits as earlier described. So when we met on the 16th, there was a discussion on what Councilmember Wysocki just raised, is seeking clarification on what about demolition and reconstruction of a unit. And so we captured in the slide here, if a building with rental units is demolished and a new residential rental building is constructed, we wanted to clarify that the rent control and no-cause eviction provisions of the ordinance wouldn't apply to the new units. Council may wish to revise its policy to provide, for example, relocation benefits and perhaps the right of first refusal for the displaced tenants, if you so desire. And if you wish to do that, as well as the prime rate adjustment you just suggested, we can return at your meeting on September 13th with that new resolution, and it still would be in a timeline compatible with the ordinance adoption on September 30, the ordinance going into effect. And so with that, it's the recommendation of Housing and Community Services that the council tonight adopt the ordinance with the revisions noted and provide direction to us regarding the rent stabilization capital improvement plan policy so that we can return on September 13 with those revisions. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Rosaki, did you still have those questions?
They responded to my question. I do agree that with their conclusion. So.
Okay. Council, other questions? Mr. Corsi, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do. On the slide number 8, where it talks about council wishing to revise the RSP policy to provide relocation benefits and right of first refusal for displaced tenants. I would like to see that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Corsi, you would like to see it what?
Included.
Thank you.
I would go along with that.
I'm willing to wait until after public comment, but I think that I see 4 nods.
Mr. Corsi, this is Councilmember Carlstrom. Could you restate what it is you're looking for?
On slide 8, the second bullet point, council may wish to revise. I wish to revise.
Thank you.
And for staff, and again, that's what the suggestion was, bring it back September 13th to address those adjustments.
Correct.
If this is the only rent item coming back for you, there's another implementation piece that will also follow. So I think in conversations with the assistant city manager, it may be that we come back on the 20th, but it won't change any implementation date. So if there's no amendment to this ordinance that needs to come back right away, it may actually be the 20th. So the recommendation would be that we come back, in September. The effective date won't change at all.
Okay. I do have one quick question, and I thank you for that. I got a late letter from a constituent regarding a HUD choice voucher that federal law says that this tenant can be evicted and could supersede our city ordinance. Is that the case? And can we add on to that? Can we supplant that law with additional legislation?
I'm wondering are they differentiating between a project-based voucher and a housing choice voucher?
Yes, apparently they are. This voucher is assigned to a person and can follow that person from housing unit to housing unit.
Right.
And they're stating that this person can be given a 90-day eviction notice due to federal law. Is that incorrect?
As I would interpret this, if it's a project-based voucher, the voucher is assigned to the unit, not the family, and so that's considered direct government assistance to the project. It would, and that would be exempt from the ordinance. If it was a portable voucher, also known as a housing choice voucher, that is with the family, it would be included in the ordinance, so they would have that protection.
So it's already set. So they're protected under this ordinance. I mean,
do we want legal to
HUD
answer
choice voucher, they're specifically saying if they get a 90-day eviction notice as a HUD choice voucher recipient, are they covered by the provisions of this ordinance, save for relocation fees?
Yes, as a housing choice voucher holder, they would be included with the provisions of the new ordinance.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other questions, council, before I take public comment? Okay, we have 2 cards. Victoria Smith.
Hi, my name is Victoria Smith. So there are a lot of wrongful evictions that have been going on in Santa Rosa over the last few months. One being mine in particular. I lived at Village Square Apartments out on Range Avenue, and I've seen not only myself, but a lot of tenants be forced out of this rental facility. And it has been over mold growing in the apartments, and they have metal framed windows and sliding doors that they refuse to redo. So the metal framed windows and doors build up condensation, which causes the mold, and then they evict their tenants because it's in a lease that they can. There are a lot of other reasons why tenants are also evicted, but one of the main reasons is that instead of the landlords working with their tenants to let them pay their rent and have a stay of eviction, instead they will just conveniently go on vacation and let their lawyers try to take care of everything instead of trying to talk with their tenants and try to see what's going on and get the money from them. They had me and my family put out after we tried to pay the rent over a period of about 5 months, and they would not speak to us, they would not consult with us, and eventually we finally went to court with them, and we tried to settle, we paid them, but they still put us out about a month later after they wouldn't accept our rent and raised our rent at the same time. Now they are harassing my uncle and trying to put him out. And he is handicapped as well, and I am his in-home person. They do not want me or his other in-home person on the premises because we previously used to live there. And they wouldn't install handicap rails in his shower or in his home, and he had a slip and fall in the bathroom. So we have gone to Fair Housing and tried to set up something with them to see what reparations we can get and if anything can be fixed or solved. But they have given him a 60-day notice. And we found out from Fair Housing that they have to give him a 90-day notice before they can put him out. So we're just trying to see what we can do. And oh yes, they gave him absolutely no reason why they were terminating his lease agreement either. They do only give us 30-day leases there, so they only are liable to have to give you a 60-day to 90-day notice. But they do want to re-rent the properties. They've raised their rent currently, and we were on their bonded program, so they're trying to get everyone who was on the bonded program out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Dwayne DeWitt.
Yes, sir. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. It's a rapidly growing area, lots of population, and lots of difficulties for people to find places to rent. As a founding member of the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group, I'm here to say that we totally support the efforts of the council members and what they've been working on. We know this is a very difficult situation, and it was very sad to hear that scenario that was just told to you. And it's not uncommon. I'm sure there's many other folks, though, who just aren't able or don't understand how to come here and speak with you about what they would like you to advocate for. I think it was very good that Mr. Corsi had said about the revision of that one thing. I hope you will adopt that today. And I hope that you'll basically begin to look at this as something that is actually going to help the city more than the realtors are going to portray. The different landowners and different business people are going to say it's the worst thing that could ever happen. But I bet you'll actually find that it's a stabilization situation which will help and it will relieve some of the problems that are happening with homelessness and a lot of the other situations. As I arrived here today, I saw a homeless veteran who I'd seen at Vet Connect, a meeting we do every Tuesday morning at the Sonoma County Veterans Memorial Building. And he was out here walking through, and basically Across the street, there's homeless veterans there. There's homeless people throughout the various pockets of the city. And I'm hoping that people will come together now. It's a beautiful day, but did you notice it felt like the start of an early autumn? I believe we're going to have a rainy winter, and I believe now is the time for you folks to be on this, stand strong, let good things happen. It'll come back to help us in the future. So once again, Sonoma County HAG supports all of you, and we're so glad you're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Peter Chernoff.
Well, good afternoon. Okay. So I was listening, and I was listening to the one part about the person saying that the people running the apartments left it to their lawyers. Well, that's just it, isn't it? And I've said this many a time. In fact, I'm getting to the point where I really don't care because people don't seem to listen. So if they don't listen, it's on them. You've all been on your knees to lawyers for the last 40 years. We got 255,000 lawyers in California working for the bar. And there's a reason the acronym for lawyer, L-A-W-Y-E-R, is lying at will yields excellent revenues. And you're sitting here asking the council to do the work for you. Shame on all of you. It's time for the strike. Get off the fence, stop paying your mortgages and rents, one and all. That's the beautiful call. I mean, how many foreclosures have there been in the last 20 years? If just those people alone got together, they could shut down this country. But we have been taught to do a whole lot of nothing, to be spectators instead of liberators. And there should be not one single homeless vet. Not a single homeless vet. And I had written a little article about the American flag regarding Colin Kaepernick, where I had to bring in Danny Trejo, who portrayed a movie called Badass, where he was on the bus and he shut down 2 white troublemakers. But the reality was that that movie was actually made about an Oaklander, an Irish-American 67-year-old Vietnam vet who went from one end of the bus to the other to get away from this black fellow who was causing him all this noise. The guy followed him up to the top of the bus, and that's when he slammed him, and that's what the movie was really about. A 67-year-old homeless Vietnam vet, a Marine. 2 million veterans in California. Time to stand up. Off the fence. No more mortgages, no more rents. You got a court date? Tell them you can't make it. The game is over. As you do unto the least of me. It's what was always representative of what we've done to the animals. And Leonard Peltier is still in prison, but that 40-day strike is on the horizon, I promise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Those are all the cards we have. Bring it back to council. Any other questions for staff? Do we have another card? Mr. Kinney, would you like to speak on this item?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Vice Mayor, is the Vice Mayor in charge of Vice? I never quite understood that. Okay, let's take a walk down memory lane. Veterans. The Battle of Brooklyn Heights. A unit was left there to block the British. And if they hadn't blocked the British, George Washington's army would have been wiped out. You may know this. Then George Washington and his troops made it over to Manhattan, even though the rents are higher there than Brooklyn. But Brooklyn is gentrifying, but that's another story. Those troops that died there, who were sacrificed there, are buried there under an auto body shop. Their bones are under an auto body shop. Okay, moving ahead. Occupy Santa Rosa. Remember when they occupied the lawn and the lawn went dormant, lack of sunshine? And members of this council, not all of you, but some of you were renting your garments and pulling your hair over the damage to the lawn. It was a tragedy of epic biblical proportions that the Occupy Santa Rosa had damaged the lawn. Now you're spending how much to rip the lawn out? To put in less water stuff. Well, anyway, so that's one lesson apparently you learned from Occupy, maybe the others. I had a third thing. Oh, I understand you people are colluding with Wall Street in a tax avoidance scam? Is that true? Municipal bonds? You're colluding with the 1%? Financing for Old Courthouse Square, or Courthouse Square keeps changing its name? Wall Street's gonna get tax-free income right here in Santa Rosa. Also, I did learn that the parking meters on the public ways that are built by the public.
Mr. Kinney, this is on item 14.1, rent
Okay.
stabilization.
No, this is.
Yes.
No, this is public comment.
This is item 14.1, it's not public comment.
Oh, my apologies.
We'll be getting to that item next. Thank you. Council, any other questions for staff? Ms. Combs, I believe you have this item.
Let's find it. Well, I had it. Can I have your copy? I'm sorry. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Thought I had it. So this is 14.1. This section is not the section that has the slide 8 direction. That's 14.2, is that correct?
No, I think the idea, Vice Mayor and members of the council, that the slide 8 concerns a revision to the RSCIP policy. And
Right.
so as I understood the comment of Councilmember Corsi was that when we return that policy to the council in September, that we would include that provision concerning the relocation benefits for displaced tenants as a result of demolition and immediate reconstruction, along with the right of first refusal for that displaced tenant. And if that's the council direction, then I would also think that it would just be, we would return the issue about the prime rate, the half prime
Yes.
rate divided by 2 at that time, rather than do anything with it at this time.
So my basic question is, do I need to read this ordinance as it is written or read it as amended?
You should read it as presented tonight with that title that the Deputy City Manager read at the beginning. That would include all the changes that are in red in your agenda report. That's all you would need to do to have a second reading of this particular ordinance.
Of the ordinance, and then the next item is the item that has the revision.
We would come back with the 2 items that Mr. Rouse just spoke about, because you would be revising the capital improvement policy, program policy that you adopted at your last council meeting to make those 2 revisions. One, the slide number 8 that Councilmember Corsi mentioned.
Yes.
And the other one, the issue about the prime rate.
Yes.
So
okay.
this
I just
item-
want to make sure I make the motion correctly.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adding Chapter 6-90 to the Santa Rosa Municipal Code concerning as to certain residential rental units in the city. A, rent stabilization limitations on the termination of tenancies and the payment of relocation assistance, and repealing in their entirety ordinance numbers 4067, 4069, and 4070, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Comments. Let's start with you, Mr. Corsi. Would you like to make any comments on this item?
No, I have no comments.
Thank you. Council, any comments prior to taking a voice vote?
Just really quickly, I'd like to thank staff for their work on this. It was a heavy lift in a short period of time, and I for one, do appreciate all the work that has been done on this.
All right, City Clerk, seeing no other comments, would you like to head us through the voice vote procedure?
Councilmember Carstrom.
Yes.
Councilmember Combs.
Yes.
Councilmember Corsi.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schwedhelm.
No.
Councilmember Wysocki.
Yes.
And Councilmember Oliveras.
No.
Motion passes. Thank you. We'll now move to item 13, public comment. I have 3 cards here. I think one left. Dwayne DeWitt.
We still have 14 to do. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I know how to set it up. I don't know, do you folks still read the Press Democrat? I like to read it. And I don't know if you saw this weekend. My name is Dwayne DeWitt, I'm from Roseland. This is a picture of Stefan Leroy. He's from Santa Rosa, and he's pictured in front of the U.S. Capitol. And I like it because it shows a different type of heroism than we've seen with the Olympics and other people being celebrated. And I wanted to come and congratulate all of you, actually, too, because you folks are heroes in your own way for serving and trying to make things better. And I especially wanted to congratulate the 2 council members who will be leaving. It surprised me. I thought they would be here forever, but they're not going to run again. And I think it's important that we publicly thank them for all the work that they've done. I might not be able to be here at the meeting when they leave. So I'm an early bird, and I get to say thank you to them, and it's appreciated that they've worked hard. And now all of you that just voted for that other item, that's heroic in its own sense. Now the reason I put this up here right now is because I wanted to talk about Veterans Day. And you folks have been helping us out. We raised the flag up there on the 11th day of the 11th month. November 11th is Veterans Day. We'll be doing it again. I'd like to invite you all to come. Those of you that won't be here on the council could still come to Veterans Day. You've been there before. Some of you have spoken. So please, keep it in mind. And today at Vet Connect, we had this kind of wild idea. Why don't we try to have this gentleman come and speak to us, along with Mia Dorado, 2 young people here from Santa Rosa who've been representing our country well, doing good things, and they could come here and talk to all of us across the generations. It'd be a wonderful thing. And then right below there, today over at the county, they just approved the situation to accept from the federal government the EPA $392,000 for a brownfields grant in Roseland. So I'm asking you folks to be heroic again and apply for one yourself in the next round for Santa Rosa, because you're going to annex that area. I saw it in the paper just the other day. It said, yeah, it's going to happen. And I'm like, yeah, okay, then let's get started right now asking for the money. You guys can put in, I shouldn't say you guys, politely, the Santa Rosa City Council could put forward an application in the next round of grants for area-wide planning, because that area will be coming into the city. This is a perfect time to get it going, raise millions of dollars, transit-oriented development. Fireworks will be going off all over the place with good things happening because you folks were heroic. Thank you for your time and energy. The Roseland Collaborative, it's going to be called. I love it. It's a good time to do it. Thank you so much for all your efforts.
Thank you. Michael Hilber.
There you go, sir.
Continuing on a topic I was on last time, I went ahead and took some photographs relative and demonstrating the capriciousness of the application of the city weed abatement ordinance. And you've got these somewhere in your packet or something, because I emailed copies of them, so you probably have access to them somewhere. And I gave a couple with my speaker card. First, this is my neighbor's property. It's about 3¼ acres, and it hasn't been mowed in like 10, 15 years at all. We got grass 3 foot tall, weeds over 5 feet tall. And these photos were taken on August 20th, and the others were on the 21st. So it's the height of the fire season. So according to the fire chief, since it's under 5 feet, it should be everything, every grass, every weed, 4 inches or less. So this is, couldn't be more of a violation. But also he said, if it can't be seen from the road, it's not going to be noticed, because they only look at what they can see from the road. And then this is even worse. This is like Sam Jones Hall. You can even see it there in the background. That's a field out there. It's dry as can be. And well, that's 3 feet plus for most of that grass. And there's a fence, and it's also unmowed, and the entire distance, between the fence and the asphalt's unmowed. So you could just drop a cigarette there at the edge of the pavement and light that up. But you might say, well, that's probably owned by the federal government, because some of that property is owned by the federal government there, right? It's part of the Naval Air Station. But my point in bringing that up is that, if it's such a fire hazard, how can you be sending me a fine for $265? I tell you, they don't have any photograph whatsoever that looks anything like that, not even close. While leaving this to go, you're finding people and putting property tax liens. So it's unjust enforcement and capricious administration of the ordinance.
Peter Chernoff.
With respect to all true-hearted activists, servants, citizen slaves, law enforcement, all under the illusory spell cast centuries ago by spiritual deception. Hear ye, a rhyme in time that'll present us the royal intervention. It's obvious that all things are my fault. Please don't get me started. But to those who forever complain about anything insane, it makes them sound retarded. Who claims to be a champion for freedom and liberty, preferring neither working solution or action to all this insanity? You got Bernie and the Trumpster working for the Clinton-Rockefeller criminal cabal. They own most all politicians, the media, our barely thinking minds, and that's not all. They import the cocaine, Chinese, Asian, underage prostitutes, while undermining America, having sold their soul. While we dumbfounded, yes, hardly grounded, watch old-growth redwoods, fresh water, oil, and coal drain through our Oakland port they called exportation. While we forcefully vaccinate children and eat inoculated, rotting slaughterhouse flesh called extermination. To any thinking sons and daughters, why aren't we all with the American indigenous women's saving the Dakota waters? I once smoked a fatty with Gene Wilder. We were laughing out loud and hazy. He laughed that if you ever wanted to disarm law enforcement, then watch once more Stir Crazy. Then perhaps you will all be arisen. Just replicate the scene when we enter the prison. Just tell them to stop hitting, then take their stick or gun, then do a funny dance with some humorous rants, and make sure everybody has some fun. Complainers and activists support the very same system that law enforcement does serve. So wake up and like the great general strike if you ever muster the nerve. And to those that are clear that Trump and Bernie worked for Clinton, I suggest you write just 2 or 3 things down for your own look-see. Look up Clinton, China, drug prostitution. Secondly, look up Clinton, Long Beach port, communist treason. And no, it was the Clintons that gave us 3 strikes. The pedophile pimp billionaire Epstein gave them $3.5 million. And lastly, look up Clinton body count. Thank you.
Mr. Canini, I think he has left the House. All right. Ms. Hurtado, item 14.2.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. 14.2, report City of Santa Rosa rent stabilization and other tenant protections ordinance, program staffing, cost, and fee estimate. David Gwine, Director of Housing and Community Services, presenting.
Again, good afternoon. This is the companion item to 14.1, where we seek your authorization for staff and other costs to implement a fee-based program to operate the ordinance and rent stabilization capital improvement policy. In brief, these are the costs that were within the range you reviewed and saw on August 16th when we first were presented, with the exception of we recommend a 10% contingency to cover some perhaps unforeseen expenses in the startup period in the first year of operation. So by way of background, City has engaged with management partner Stephen Boshin's here to join me today to assist with reviewing other communities and with like ordinances to determine how best to implement the rent stabilization and other tenant protections ordinance. A portion of the work was to provide an estimate of program costs and fee. Stephen worked with us and our finance team to consider everything from our current salaries, overhead, benefits, and the report was received and is attached to the staff report for your review. Just a couple comments on the methodology. It's based on the ordinance that you considered today and on August 16th. It utilizes a cost of service methodology. It estimates program costs based on an estimate of number of petitions, inquiry, a lot of outreach and education to launch the program. And it utilizes our current city classifications and job descriptions, which we'll get to in a minute. We also look at the expenses side of the classifications. There's what we call general program administration, just running the ordinance. There would be the work effort to do and consider rent petitions, potentially bringing them to a fair hearing administrative officer. There's the review of potential capital improvement plans, all the just cause evictions, terminated of tenancy, and of course support services and supply to that effort. So we try to summarize on this slide the program support staff costs, and I won't go line by line, but I'll try and group them. The top of this slide is called existing program staff, and it contemplates a portion of existing staff to launch the program. So there's a portion of the Director of Housing and Community Services, Kate Goldfein, our Administrative Service Officer, et cetera, including support from the City Attorney's Office, which would equate to 1 FTE of existing staff reallocating their time in the first year. It also lists what we recommend to be our new positions. There would be 3 in the Department of Housing and Community Services listed there, a program manager, admin analyst, and a support staff person. In finance, it contemplates half of an FTE to do the billing, processing, and collection of the fee. So all in all, we're looking at 4.5 total positions to run the program. Then we look at how we are going to divide those costs over the non-exempt units subject to the ordinance. And we go through the breakdown listed here in this slide, starting with what we estimate to be the total housing units in the city, removing the multifamily, well, including the multifamily units constructed prior to February 95, working way down from duplexes, owner-occupied triplexes, et cetera. And so we estimate there's a little over 11,000 units that would be subject to the ordinance. So a couple of comments on the basic steps to determine the personnel costs. Again, labor rate and benefits. We looked at the total hourly rate, the primary activities the staff would be doing to implement the program, and we applied this level of effort to the overall labor rates across the positions I just mentioned. Management partners discussed with Finance and the Department of Housing and Community Services, the staff regarding and their ongoing charges, and we estimate both the ongoing services and supplies and one-time costs. And then we summarize them here in this slide. So these are the expense categories. You'll see the same things, general administration, the estimate of processing petitions, capital improvement plans, and so forth. All told, to operate the program for a year, one full 12-month period, would be just $1.2 million, roughly $113 per unit, or what we say per door. That equates to roughly $9.42 a month. So then we looked at slicing those numbers for the remainder of this fiscal year when the ordinance goes into effect, September 30th, so roughly 9 remaining months. The program numbers are divided proportionately for a cost of $818,000. That includes a 10% contingency listed there. So for a partial year, it's roughly $74, $8.22 a door. And so, with that summary of the costs you saw on the 16th and today and in your packet, Housing and Community Services recommend that by resolution, you adopt the proposed rent stabilization and other tenant protections ordinance program staffing, cost and fee estimate, and appropriate $818,464 of general funds, subject to fee reimbursement, to operate the program for the remainder of this fiscal year. And so with that, we are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Glenn, for your presentation. Council, questions? Mr. Osaki.
One quick one, thank you. I appreciate the work on this. I do want to reassure the public that this is not coming out of the city's general fund. This is a...
That is correct. This is not a general fund sponsored activity. This just appropriates funds to launch the program, which would be reimbursed once the fees are collected.
Can you tell us how you envision those fees to be collected by the property owner? Would they be upfront before the fiscal year or month?
We imagine going forward that during budget, we would be presenting what we estimate to be the operating cost for the fiscal year you're reviewing, and that would set the fee, and then the collections would begin in July to start the year.
So the city each year would have to front the money? Is that the...
I think it would just be this year, council member, because operating the program, if we start collecting the fee in the month of July and August, the start of the fiscal year, we should be fine.
Okay, real good, thank you.
I have a question, and it's on the first attachment, page 11, and it's regarding supplies and services. And I was just wondering if you could explain a little bit more in detail, 3 items: the consultant services for $130K, the city overhead charges for $197K, and then the interim gap services for $150K.
So your question specifically about those, if I may?
Right, so I heard with what was in the presentation, and once started reading the attachment, it seems like there's some duplicative efforts, and we're almost double charging, and that's why I was looking for a little bit more clarity as to what the items that are listed on page 11 of the attachment.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's not intended to be any double charging. So the gap services, that $150,000, that's in the event that staff needs to look for some sort of service to come in and operate the program between now and the time that it can staff up. So that's the intent of that fee, and it's estimated at that amount. The fee that's for management partners, That's for our responsibility to actually do sort of a turnkey effort to prepare all of the forms, to prepare the administrative guidelines, to work on the FAQs, to assist staff with sort of getting the program up and running. So,
And those are future costs, not what services your firm has already provided?
correct.
Okay.
So there's a portion of the management service costs that represent what's been provided, but that's the work that we've been doing relative to this ordinance here.
Okay. And then the last one, the city overhead charges, $197,500?
Yeah, so that's developed by your finance staff. So it looks at what the estimated workload and the effort of the program, and it assigns an overhead charge to that.
And that's different than on slide 10, where we had legal staffing, finance staffing, and dollars attributed to that. What's the differentiation?
Because that's actual staffing, so this is an overhead cost. So this is for things like insurance, you know, and services that may be provided in a minor way from departments. It's for utilities, it's for things like that. It's not individual staff that's actually running the program.
So I guess where my confusion is because all the services you just described, are, at least for the existing staff, are already going to be in place. We're already paying for it when we approved the budget back in June, correct?
Well, so the intent is to have the program be self-sufficient with the fee. So what you try and do is you try and identify what the actual cost of the program are and then set the fee related to that. And I think that Dave's accurate also, and I should point out that the intent of the program is that on an annual basis, you will look at the fee. The fee will change annually. And we expect that beginning with the implementation of the program, that staff will start to track the costs. So when you get to next year, you're going to have actual numbers that you can use to actually set the fee.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Ms. Combs.
Thank you again for your work on this. I have a couple of questions. The program includes a reference to landlord education, and I wonder if these fees include funding for either tenant or landlord education.
We had some, I believe there's some outreach there that's included in the general program administration aspect of it.
And that outreach could be an education program?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any fees included in here that involve legal support for tenants?
There is not.
Well, I would add, back to Vice Mayor Schwedhelm's question, on page 11, the interim gap services, that would contemplate whether if we seek proposals for help and services like legal aid, for example.
Okay, so there is a possibility that some not-for-profits could come forward in the gap time and be of some assistance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And can you clarify for me, what is the monthly cost per tenant that you anticipate for this program? The tenant's monthly cost, I thought I saw it in here.
It would be half of the annual fee divided by 12.
Yeah, so that's like $3 a month, is that right?
Correct.
For a tenant to be guaranteed not being evicted, and kind of an insurance policy for tenants at $3. Thank you.
Mr. Corsi, do you have any questions for staff before we move to the motion?
I would just like to note that I think that the monthly fee would be about $4.75 for both the tenant and the landlord per month.
Thank you. Mr. Wasaki, you have this item?
I do.
There were no cards.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting a program fee for the city's rent stabilization and other tenant protections ordinance and implementing policies and amending the city and classification salary plan by adding one full-time housing and community service manager, adding one full-time administrative assistant and adding 1 full-time senior administrative assistant in the rent stabilization program, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other comments, council?
I do have a comment because the motion includes on page 2 the reference to $3 per month in the whereases, so we may want to correct that. So second as amended. And I would say again that for the security and stabilization of our community, for the assurance of having a place to live, and for not being evicted for no cause, I consider this a cost-effective program. Thank you.
I appreciate that. It also, the $74 per unit in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th whereas as well should be amended. That's a minor ministerial.
Second is amended.
All right, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Carstrom.
Yes.
Councilmember Combs.
Yes.
Councilmember Corsi.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schwedhelm.
No.
Councilmember Wysocki.
Yes.
And Councilmember Oliveris.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Corsi.
I will be leaving the call at this point.
Thanks for being part of it.
Thank you.
Let's go on to 14.3. I think our timing is going well.
Thank you. Item 14.3, it's a report, approval of tow vendor franchisee list for police-generated tows and revision of franchise fee. Lieutenant John Snetzinger reporting.
Welcome, Lieutenant Snetzinger.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council. Do we have a presentation? Oh, I'm supposed to do it.
Julie, while we're waiting, can you also check to see if the mayor, he can come back if he'd like?
Okay. So in regards to tow vendor franchisee list and the franchise fee, let me give you the background on this. If I can figure out how to, there we go. So there's actually a typo in what you're seeing up there. It's actually City Ordinance number 6-84 which authorizes the council to grant franchises for police-generated tows. The current franchise fees were set in 2005, and that current fee is set at $50,000, which is split among all of our franchised tow vendors. That fee was based on 2005 tow policies at the police department. In 2015, the police department towed approximately 70% fewer vehicles than we did in previous years. Our policies have changed, and the department now tows and impounds much fewer vehicles. The police department proposes the authorization of agreements with the tow vendors on the tow vendor franchise list. The department proposes the franchise fee be revised to a per vendor fee of $300 per year, effective September 1st, 2016. Because of the current high franchise fee, the $50,000 split between paid for by the 7 vendors currently on our list, is very high. It results in longer wait times for officers and also for the public because we only have 7 companies that are providing tow services. Because the department tows 70% less vehicles, our costs associated with towing vehicles, our internal costs, have reduced significantly. This change in franchise fee will encourage more tow vendors to participate in the program, thereby benefiting the public. More tow vendors means less waiting for officers and members of the public. Roads will be cleared faster. The revised per vendor fees will be more in line with the actual costs of managing the tow program. The police department recommends the approval of the tow vendor franchise list before you and approval of the revision of the franchise fee to $300 per vendor per year. Any questions?
Thank you, Lieutenant. Council questions? Ms. Collins.
Thank you, and thank you for this. I really am excited to hear that we are reducing some of the fees to encourage some entrepreneurship among towers in our community. Does an operator have to have a tow yard, or can an operator deliver to an approved tow yard they don't own? And excuse me for not getting this question to you earlier, sir.
That's a good question. I have the actual franchise agreement in front of me, and I'm not sure. I do know that
It's my understanding from talking with a tow operator that in fact it's the tow yard that may be interfering with some of the ability of some folks to sign up for the license. And I just wondered if there was a reason behind that, or if we could.
I believe the franchise agreement requires certain security measures at the yard, and that's so if they do tow a car and hold on to it, that we know that it's going to be safe there and that it's not going to be broken into, people aren't going to be climbing through the fence and that type of thing. Whether or not the franchise agreement requires them to have a yard as opposed to delivering to an approved yard, I'm not sure if that's in there. I could.
Okay, if you could get that to me at some point, I would appreciate it, but I do want to say thank you for the work on this.
Absolutely.
And I think you're on the right track. Thanks.
Well, thank you.
And also, I'm sorry, and also, I just want to reflect thanks to the police department for an evolving policy on towing. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Lieutenant. I had a question. You talked about the response times, and I noticed in the contract it says, certain hours of the day, 30 minutes, after hours, 40 minutes. Is that what it was previously when we had more tow operators? And or are you anticipating if we get more vendors, we might be able to actually contractually say get there within 20 minutes, which is what I kind of heard was the intent of the direction we're going with this?
Yeah, at this point, we haven't planned on revising the franchise agreement to say 30 minutes. The issue that we're having with response times is sometimes our dispatch center will call a tow company and they will say they are responding, but then 10, 15 minutes later, they find out that they just don't have anybody that's going to be available to respond within that 30 minutes. Well, now 15 minutes has passed. Now they call the next tow vendor. And because there's only 7 in town, they're busy. And then maybe they get word 10 minutes later that they're not going to have anybody. Now we're into, an hour before a tow's there. It doesn't happen all the time, but that's one of the things we run into with having less vendors on the list.
Great, thanks. That makes complete sense. Appreciate the presentation.
You're welcome.
Other questions, Council? Mr. Wysocki.
Real quick, and John, thank you for your responses earlier. My question is on the cleanup after the site, and I appreciate your response that this would be more policy, I guess, to the city manager, the acting city manager. I don't think it makes sense to have sworn officers verifying that the site's been cleaned up. I mean, you're there, you're checking to make sure they're starting to sweep, but if things are progressing and you can go, you go.
Yes.
Which makes sense. However, as a cyclist in this town, I can't think of a spot where there hasn't been leftover collision debris. Is it something that VIPS, and thank you, Dan, for your service, could follow up on a day after a collision report and make sure that the area is in fact clear of debris? Because 9 times out of 10, it isn't. Is that a possibility?
Councilman, I'll have to verify that. I'm not sure.
Could you? Thank you.
Other questions, Council? And I have no cards on this item. Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the tow vendor franchise list for police-generated tow operations and revising the franchise fee, and we further read the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And your votes, please, Council. And I have 6 ayes with Councilmember Corsi having left the meeting. Thank you. Mr. Hurtado, 14.4.
Item 14.4, report extension of proclamation of local homeless emergency Kelly Kuykendall, Program Specialist, reporting.
Welcome.
Thanks for your patience. Good afternoon, Mayor Slurry and members of the council. The item before you requests extension of the proclamation of local homeless emergency that you made earlier this month. So on August 9th, to provide you with some background, council formally recognized a homelessness emergency by declaring a homeless shelter crisis, proclaiming a local homeless emergency, and directing the mayor to submit a letter to the governor, requesting a statewide emergency proclamation. This action, the hope of this action, or the intent of this action, is to provide us with greater flexibility to address the homeless crisis and possibly to waive certain public health and zoning rules to use public or private facilities to assist the homeless in our community. Since the August 9th meeting, the Homeless Policy Subcommittee meeting met on August 15th. Councilmember Oliveris, who's the chair of that subcommittee, announced the creation of a technical advisory committee to discuss next steps. On August 18th, the TAC met to discuss developing a strategic plan and elements of an expanded community homeless assistance program, and also emergency considerations. A work plan is under development, which we plan to bring, actually on September 7th, we'll have our next TAC meeting, and we plan to bring the work plan to the subcommittee, the Homeless Policy Subcommittee, at their next meeting on September 19th. With that, so the reason why we're here this evening is that California Government Code requires that the council review the need for continuing the local emergency at least every 30 days until such local emergency is terminated. I think we can all agree that the emergency still is ongoing, and that necessitates the extension this evening. With that, it's recommended by the Housing and Community Services Department that council by resolution adopt a 30-day extension of resolution number 28839, which formally proclaimed a local homeless emergency within Santa Rosa. That concludes my presentation, short and sweet. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and Councilmember Oliveris might also want to provide any additional information on the subcommittee and the technical advisory subcommittee.
Thank you very much. Council, any immediate questions? Sure.
Go ahead, if you have a question, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. I do, and thank you, Kelly, for your report. What I heard is that it gives us more flexibility regarding public health issues. And I'm going to agree that in the last 30 days, this problem has not changed. When does this flexibility become more permanent so that on the 10th emergency, which I can foresee happening, it's not an emergency, we actually have some structures in place. Maybe I'm going to hear that in just now, but that's what I would like to see us going to, so that we don't have to be, the flexibility doesn't have to be temporary. Does that make sense?
It does, and I'll do my best to attempt to respond to that. I think where we're trying to be more nimble is by forming the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee. So we're not waiting every 30 days with the subcommittee to meet, that we're trying to come up with a work plan as quickly as we can through the TAC.
Thank you. I still can see 10 emergency declarations coming down the road during the rainy season, so that's, to me, I hate to get people jaded. Oh, it's another emergency.
So I mean, I'm kind of curious about that. I'm sure that the Councilmember Oliveris can answer that. So I guess the nutshell of the question is, will the changes that we can implement in the TAC remove our necessity of declaring an emergency every month?
Possibly. Right now, we're looking at dealing with some very immediate needs, and I know the CHAP program, for example, that expansion is a priority for us. I know we had discussed moving towards a longer-term strategic plan, but in talking with staff, it makes sense that we have more of a work plan that gets us through at least the next year, 18 months, and to try to stabilize things to the point where at some point we will start working on a longer-term plan based on information and research that we receive related to the types of evidence-based programs that we can implement here in Santa Rosa. But I'm hoping that some of the crisis declarations and emergency does, to some extent, cause us to raise this to the surface, obviously, as a serious priority for our community, but also perhaps even forces us to look at whether or not we are taking advantage of all the available resources that we have as a city in trying to address some of these crises and emergencies at this time.
Thank you. Any other? Mr. Wysocki.
Well, just as a follow-up, and I appreciate that, how do we stabilize unaffordable housing? Because that would be the issue.
Well, exactly, and permanent housing is the end goal. I mean, and that's the big discussion that we've started over the past year related to our lack of overall housing in our community. And I know we've had a number of reports here at council, and I know there's work in finally implementing our housing action plan, which could be a big component of that. And absolutely, yes, homeless issues have to be a part of that long-term plan. They can't stand alone.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Kelly, is the increasing unaffordability of housing, is that still the number one factor, or the number one increase in increased homelessness?
I was just reading the count when I came over here, and that's one of the primary barriers to people that are homeless obtaining housing is the shortage.
Thank you.
Other questions, Ms. Combs?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that the TAC will be discussing opportunity sites within the city for encampments as we wait for housing to be constructed. Will those opportunity sites be coming to the subcommittee?
They will be big and recommended. They just started having their initial formation.
I'm just asking what's
on
the agenda for the
right,
TAC.
and I think that is something for us on the committee to provide direction to the TAC as far as the type of things that we want them bringing back as far as recommendations.
Well,
so it won't be left to.
If the TAC meets on the 7th and the subcommittee doesn't meet until the 19th, then we haven't, I'm hoping that among the agenda items that they're looking at the opportunity sites within the city and the features of the CHAP program so that we can move the CHAP program forward more rapidly. Is that what you understand is on their September 7th agenda?
Part of the work plan that I was discussing looks at an expanded CHAP program, and so we would be looking at public facilities, city facilities that might be available to provide shelter.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure we were going that way. Thanks.
Thank you.
That does prick my interest. So county would also be engaged in this as well for some of their facilities in this emergency?
The county is on the TAC as one of our partners, and so I think what we would like to do is expand the city facilities to public facilities. And I think we'll be discussing that further at the next TAC meeting on September 7th.
Great, thank you.
Can those of us on the subcommittee get the information about who is on the TAC and the information about how someone is appointed to the TAC?
Certainly, I mean, as of right now, it's primarily staff. Ernesto is I don't know, are you the chair of it? Or?
Well, no, I am not. I attended the first meeting to discuss to ensure that we have the right departments that are going to be part of that TAC. There was discussion about how many departments are involved or are impacted. That's pretty much all of them, but they don't all need to be at the TAC meeting. So as they need, they will be bringing appropriate or relevant departments to the meetings to provide information. For example, it could be utilities related to water, for example, but there will be, obviously, public safety will be part of the TAC. We do have the county, and we do have members of host Catholic Charities that are part of that will be serving as the actual TAC. That way they're more nimble and they're able to meet as they need to get the information to the actual committee.
Thank you. I do want to be clear that the TAC was announced as a fait accompli during the subcommittee meeting, that it was not discussed during the subcommittee meeting or voted on in the context of the subcommittee, and that I am a little concerned regarding why the TAC is supplementing or supplanting the role of the subcommittee. I was very happy to have the subcommittee meet more frequently with the affected parties. My understanding is that included in the TAC is someone from the county now, based upon your communications. So it apparently isn't just our staff. It's not at all unusual when we solve a problem together with the city and the county. It's not at all unusual that we establish a TAC, but I'm a little surprised at the TAC mechanism to come to a meeting and discover that it was created. Thank you for the update. I really appreciate it and look forward to hearing updates on the role of the TAC and what it's doing.
Thank you. And it was important to have a representative from the county there because what we do will impact the county in some way. And I know there had been comments even here at council as to whether or not the county should consider an emergency as well. So it just seemed relevant and important to have somebody from the start, from the county, be part of those discussions as well.
Will the TAC be requesting the HMIS data, or will they not be requesting that data?
Well, certainly as part of our contracts with service providers, they're required to report into HMIS. We, as a TAC, having only met once, have not looked at that, but, you know, it's certainly something we can consider.
There are 2 different flat sheets of HMIS data I would be interested in receiving, and I'll send that forward to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to comment on, I'm very supportive of the TAC methodology because I have had experience with the use of it in the areas of water where a lot of times the staff work is being done by staff and electeds honestly just tend to get in the way and slow it down a little bit. So I think it's very consistent with the declaration of emergency. How can we be as nimble as possible? Might there be some people that normally would be at the table that aren't there? I'm very confident in staff's ability to identify who else needs to be at the table when we're talking about specific issues. So I'm confident, especially with the CHAP, I think you've heard from the subcommittee and from council, that's a big priority. And as it evolves and as the discussions take place, you'll involve who needs to be involved as we continue to work towards functional zero.
Any other final questions, council? Thank you. I have no cards on this item. Mr. Olivares.
Thank you. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa extending a proclamation of local homeless emergency, Government Code Section 8630, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second, and your votes, please. And we have 6 ayes. Thank you very much. Ms. Hurtado, 14.5.
Right. Item 14.5, report Courthouse Square reunification project update. Jason Nutt, Director of Transportation and Public Works, reporting. Oh, Colleen. I take that back. It's Colleen reporting.
Welcome, Ms. Ferguson.
Mayor Sawyer, turn this on. Okay, Mayor Sawyer and council members, this is the second of several reports that we're bringing forward to the council to keep you informed as the Courthouse Square reunification project moves forward. This is something we talked about when council acted to award the construction contract on April 19th. So in terms of a construction update, the construction, as you can see, is progressing quickly. The slide says 10 weeks because it was prepared 4 weeks ago. We were 14 weeks into construction now. And a lot has been accomplished. All the demolition work is complete. The underground electrical is nearly complete. The conduit for the Wi-Fi and the other cables have been put down. Sewer, water, and storm drain trenching and pipe installation is ongoing. We've widened planters around some of the redwood trees, and current construction activities that you'll see if you walk by, what are those plastic things they're putting in the ground? Those are silva cells that will help the trees thrive and the roots thrive underground without pushing the concrete around more than necessary. So there'll be a better growing environment for the trees with those silva cells there. Now, on August 15th, and there were a couple issues on that one day, so I wanted to bring council up to date on that. You know, the Courthouse Square is a historic site, complex array of underground utilities all over the site. So we learned some of the implications of that on August 15th. So around 1:20 p.m., an unmarked power line was hit during trenching operations on the east side of the square. Thankfully, no one was hurt during the incident. The trencher was damaged, but none of the people were hurt. A nearby electrical transformer began to smoke and produce a popping sound. The fire department and police responded immediately. PG&E crews had to come out and shut off the power, which affected the businesses on the 600 block of 4th Street, but the power outage was brief, and the unmarked electric line was deactivated. Now, on the same day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, crews trenching on the west side of the square broke a gas line. So emergency personnel again came out, closed the west walkway between 3rd Street and La Rosa. 4th Street between B and Mendo was also temporarily closed to vehicles driving through. But within 30 minutes, the gas line was sealed and the walkways and the street were reopened. But that was a pretty intense day for construction. And you all know on August 5th, the road through the middle of the square was closed. And that, of course, affected the motor vehicle circulation, but it went amazingly well. Kudos to the contractor and all the city staff that worked together to implement that road closure. And we'll continue to monitor how it's going and make adjustments as we need to. But for all the concern going up to that road closure, it's gone really well. And you know about the modifications we made before the closure, including 5th Street going two-way and changing things at the intersection of 3rd Street and B Street. And then we also affected the pedestrian circulation, so the walkways adjacent to the buildings on the east side and west sides of the square are open. The walkways along the north and south sides of the square, though, are closed. And on the 16th, council approved installation of temporary mid-block crosswalks, and the city staff went out and did that today. And from what I could see, they're working really well. So it's great to have those there to help people get to the north side of 4th Street, and then they can go east-west from there. And hopefully you've seen a lot of the communication that's gone out about the Courthouse Square project and to keep the community informed as the construction proceeds. And we did a lot of outreach around the road closure, including getting a lot of maps out about how people can get around downtown. It went out as an English and Spanish language info card to the downtown merchants. It was handed out to city facilities, and also shared via the project website and social media and email and radio ads and e-newsletters and signage on the site. There was a Press Democrat article and a radio interview, and all told, this resulted in an estimated 130,000 impressions. So did a great job getting the word out about that road closure. And then, you know, we have that time-lapse camera, so you can actually watch the construction from the comfort of your desk. And 1,450 people watched the road closure via live stream on August 5th. And to date, there's been over 14,000 views on the online camera. So pretty popular. And this is a brief summary of the expenditures, and we want to keep council really up to date with what's going on. So you see the numbers on the slides. Since the slides were prepared, some more expenditures have occurred, so I want to give you the numbers as of today. The design number hasn't changed. The construction number has gone up to $1,932,000. The construction contingency up to $440,000, and the construction management up to $310,000, for a total of $3,579,000 expended to date. And similarly, these slides are a little out of date, but not too much. Like on the construction timeline, as of today, been 98 days, so 55% of the allocated time for construction has been spent. We've got 45% ahead of us. And the timeline to manufacture the light poles and the electric panels could impact the original completion date, and we'll talk a little bit more about that on a later slide. At the last update, council said, well, can you give us a better way to visualize the expenditures? So we've made an attempt at that. I'd love to get input from council if there's a better way to present the information. This is for the design expenditures. You can see how much the allowance was and how much we spent. We don't expect to exceed the allowance for design expenditures. For construction expenditures, as of today, again, it's $1,932,000, so that line has moved up a bit, and the remaining contract amount is $4,787,000. The contingency expenditures to date are now up to $440,000 with a remaining allowance of $232,000. And construction management and inspection expenditures to date are $310,000 with a remaining allowance of $362,000. And then getting back to the schedule, so we do expect the project to be substantially complete by mid-November, but we do expect work to continue on the details on the site until mid-December. So a little later construction completion date than we had hoped for when we entered into the contract. Still amazing for the amount of work that we had to do on this project. And the major impact to the schedule is a result of the redesign of the electrical system to better support events in the square. So we expect the site will need to remain as a fenced-in construction site until the electrical system construction is complete and tested, energized, which could take us into mid-December. So unfortunately, this means that the annual Winter Lights celebration can't be in the square, and I went to the last couple Winter Lights, and I was so excited about the possibility of having 2016 Winter Lights on the new reunified square, and it's a real disappointment to me that right now it looks like we won't be able to do that. So we're in conversation with the chamber looking for another downtown location to have the event. It'll be on November 25th, and we're gonna work closely with the community and the chamber to support that event and the downtown businesses during the holiday shopping season. And next steps for the construction, it's really helped that it's one construction site now with the road closed in the middle, which isn't shown on the slide here, but you can picture two construction sites versus one. It's much more efficient for the subcontractors to be on site doing the electrical, irrigation, underground work, concrete work, street paving, paver block installation, curb and gutter, all queued up for the next steps on site. So this concludes this project update, and we'll continue to post updates and make the courthouse cam, as we're calling it, available on the srcity.org/CHS website. Our next update is scheduled for just a couple weeks from now on September 13th. This item will include actions regarding the side street names, which we've talked about some with the downtown subcommittee, and the Rosenberg Fountain, in addition to updated dollars and schedule information. So the project manager, both the design and the construction project manager, and I are here to answer any questions you have and to receive any direction or feedback you'd like to give staff.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report, Colleen. Real quickly, construction contingency expenditures, is that another way of saying change orders, basically in the private industry?
It's change orders and pending change orders, yes.
Okay. And I'll take it as a very good sign that we didn't hear much in your report about August 6th, the day after the road closed.
Oh, right, yes.
How many complaints?
The complaints have been very few, and the ones I've heard about have been from the folks who either didn't get the memo or think they can find a better way around, that are driving through some of the neighborhood streets instead of driving on 101 or on B Street.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you for this update. So first, I'll give you the feedback. I like the way you're showing how much money is left and how much has been expended. So
great.
I appreciate those efforts. I found it very helpful.
Thank you.
So I know in the staff report, and I think I heard you briefly mention it, the staff report said about the timing delay. Once we fully understand the extent of the delay, we'll reach out to the business community. Could you explain that again? Because I talk with a lot of downtown business folks just so I can understand how do we explain the potential 34-day delay.
Sure. When the project was bid, the electrical design based on the input that we had received at that point, was to have several, like I think 4 power pedestals. And during events, the concept was that spider boxes would be attached to those power pedestals, and extension cords would go out to provide power to the vendors. So as we got further into the details and moved it forward, we got more input that that's not a great way to support events in the square. It was a design based maybe more on keeping the people that we didn't want to use the power from using the power than providing the power to the people we wanted to use the power in the most effective way. Does that make sense? So we rethought the whole design. So now instead of having power pedestals and extension cords, we're going to have, with a switch, on and off switch basically, we're going to have power accessible at every other street light.
Right. So I get that would change that, but what's causing the delay? Are we waiting for someone to build something has not been created yet? We're waiting for it to be shipped from someplace? What is causing the delay?
So yeah, the light poles, it's not like the shelves in Costco. They make them when you order them. And we deal with this with traffic signals and everything. They don't start making it till we place the order. So we had to finish the whole design, get it to the contractor, and they had to order these different street light poles. And then the manufacturer has to make them and deliver them to the site.
So that's the delay. We're waiting for the manufacturer, something that will be installed in the square.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. That clarifies it for me. And then when we talked about the project management, when the project gets done, how do you factor in the weather? So, we're now talking 34 days. I know the last couple of years it's been dry, but are rainy days going to stop construction? What impact might a wet, as Dwayne is guessing, a wet winter might have on this project?
It's hard to predict right now, but there's certainly quite a few of the construction activities are weather dependent, and they couldn't proceed if it's raining.
So when you were factoring in the original date of November 18th, were water days factored into that, or were you making the assumption we're going to have 5 days a week of sunny weather that construction will be going on every single day?
I'm going to ask our construction manager to correct me if I say anything that's not quite right, but we did approach this project differently than most of our projects. Most of our projects, we say you have this many days. And if it rains, that doesn't count as one of their days. This project, we said, you had to finish by November 18th. You figure out how you're gonna get that done with the weather. That's the date you have to be done. So if it rains, it won't affect the contract end date, but it will affect their ability to complete the work. And the fact that we changed a major component of the project, we totally changed the design, is gonna affect the schedule. And so the contractor has every reason not to finish November 18th.
Again, I'm just asking the question from the perspective, we've thrown a date out there, so there's many downtown businesses have the assumption it's this day, and I'm not sure what variables were factored in to come up with that, but maybe we'll hear.
I think what Ms. Ferguson, how she stated is exactly how it is. We have a contract deadline, and that deadline was initially based on trying to make winter lights. So that's the parameters we gave the contractor, and they're working 10-hour days and a lot of the weekends trying to get that. But because of some of the modifications we made to the electrical facilities for the square, we may or may not achieve it.
Okay. But that's very helpful, what you said. The contract was get it done by this date. How you do that is up to you. That provides clarity for me, so thank you.
And the way that the contract will handle additional days is we execute a change order that we all recognize, okay, this is a change, and we're going to pay you this much more because of this change, and we're going to extend that date by this many days as a result.
Thank you. Other questions, Council? Mr. Wysocki.
Yeah, just real quick, just to follow up. So there is still a chance that it could be done by winter lights? Is that what I saw a hint of optimism there that I...
Don't overstate it.
I said chance.
We would really like it to be, I guess there's always a chance. The delays that we've given council at this point are based on standard delivery times for these poles, and we're working with the contractor right now to see if we can get those shortened. But honestly, there's a lot of things that have to go exactly right to make it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Mr. Oliveris, any?
I was gonna say, Amazon Prime will get it there in 2 days.
Well, I have no cards on this item. Ms. Carlstrom, you have the item, I believe. Yes.
You may have seen the behind the dais scuffle. I don't appear to have the resolution in my packet. I can wing it if that's okay with the city attorney. Moving a resolution to accept the report.
That should do it.
Second.
Is that okay? Is it okay, Ms. Stricker?
I don't think there's a resolution. I think you're just accepting the report, so I think you can just move on.
We've accepted it?
Yeah.
Before we move,
Thank you, Ms. Carlstrom. We've accepted it. Ms. Combs.
thank you. Before we move on, I do want to mention that we did have a local restaurateur express some concern about lighting. And I went the next day to see how it was, and his lighting was fixed. So I really want to thank you all for facilitating, and I think a number of us may have heard from this gentleman. I really want to thank you all for facilitating the businesses staying open on the square. So thank you very much for your work on that.
Well, thank you. Ms. Hurtado, 14.6.
14.6, report harassment, discrimination, and retaliation prohibition and prevention policy. Rhonda McKinnon, Interim Director of Human Resources, presenting.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to get this PowerPoint up. I did it. Okay. Feeling pretty excited. This is the first time I actually did the whole thing by myself. So, little wins. So,
one at a time.
One at a time. So good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. We're here today to talk to you about our policy that we have actually begun speaking about in 2014. And I just wanted to go over the first few slides, and then I'll be turning it over to Annette Townley. But one of the things that we had some direction from council back in 2014 was to bring back a policy that would be separate from council than it is from the employees. And as time has moved on and some personnel have changed, we look back at what we should be doing for the employees and for council, and researched the process for potentially creating two separate policies, and found that it wasn't industry standard, and a lot of the agencies that we reached out to all had one policy. So we decided to bring this policy before you again with the noted recommendations, which some are incorporated and some may not be, and we'll see that as we go through the policy. And so we'll go through those one by one, and we'll start with the, here we go. Oh man. Okay, so the last update, did I skip a slide? No, okay. The last update was in 2005. And again, like I said, in 2014, we brought it back for a couple study sessions with council, and we didn't actually have complete resolution at that time. But what I do want you to know is that although some of the laws have changed, we have been actually implementing all the changes as they've gone, or that we've received from the state. So this is just another little bit of history. Am I moving forward? Yeah. Again, August 26th, the second study session that we had on this topic. And then what we did do, though, is we met and conferred with all the bargaining units in 2014 and rolled out, or tried to roll out, the policy that we had previously put together. So it actually, we didn't bring it back to council, so therefore the policy was actually not fully enacted. And we were just running with the current policy from 2005. And so 2016, here we are. We have an update from FEHA And these updates that we receive are mandatory that we have them in a written policy and that we teach them to all of the workforce. And therefore, we are now under some pressure to update and get this policy out to all the employees. So like I said, I already said this, but 2 separate policies, not industry standard, and we did not see those in other agencies throughout the state. We didn't call every agency, but we did talk to several different large agencies. So I'm going to turn it over to Annette Townley, and she's going to go through the changes page by page. And you're going to see in your packet here, you've got a red line and blue line version. It's confusing, but it's all the iterations that this policy's gone through. And then you'll see the clean policy, and as we go through these changes, we'll be referring to that clean policy for you to be double checking on. So, and if you have questions throughout this, you can stop us and we'll answer those questions rather than holding on until the end. It's your preference. So I'll turn it over to Annette, and let me get this over to you.
Thanks, Rhonda. And good evening, Mayor and council members. So as Rhonda has said, in April, FIA had some regulations in California that mandated that our written policy be in compliance with their new regulations. I just want to emphasize that over the past 2 years in my trainings, I have continually updated the training, even though the policy did not reflect those updates, to make sure the employees and our supervisors and managers and lead workers were getting information that was congruent with current law. But now it's mandated that we have our policy reflect that current law itself. So I just wanted to reassure you on that front. So as Rhonda said, Exhibit A is what I'll be referring to, but you will see that for each substantive change, we provided for you the page number. So on these first 3, the page number and the section number are exactly the same on Exhibit A as on the red line version. So just so you know that, and then they'll start diverging, and it'll be clear which is Exhibit A, okay? So, and I press just, okay, great, perfect. So we're still on the first, let's go back. That's okay. So the first change is that we've changed the title of the policy to include the word retaliation. We did not have that on our previous policy, even though we referred to it within the policy itself. The second change is that we have expanded the protected persons because we had removed city council members, elected officials between 2014 and now, and then we put that back in. And we also have included volunteers and unpaid interns, which has been something that's been, again, mandated by state law, and have city contractors and applicants for city employment. So those are the people that are affected by this policy. There is also an expansion of the list of protected classes consistent with state law. And that'll be on the next slide. And now sex, which we've always had in the policy, but we need to indicate that it includes pregnancy, breastfeeding, childbirth, and any related conditions. Then citizen status, genetic characteristics or information, which was resultant from a Supreme Court decision in November 2009, and military and veteran status. So all those are listed out as protected classes now. So now this is, the fourth one is where we have 2 different documents noted. So there's now a more comprehensive and specific list of the responsibilities of managers, supervisors, and lead workers as they relate to policy enforcement, just to clarify what's expected of you at the cities to help people understand their role and responsibility. Inclusion of responsibilities of other individuals covered by the policy. So managers, supervisors, and lead workers, they can be personally liable. It's their job to enforce it, but we also feel that we all have a responsibility here at the city to make sure we have the kind of environment we want to work in. And so we really make sure everybody knows that we all are responsible for that as well. Then we have guidelines for identifying harassment. Again, I think this was something that came out of a previous.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Ms. Combs?
did you want us to stop as we went?
If that, whatever works for you. So if
That's
you have a
fine.
question.
Okay, thank you. Yes, item 4A on page 3.
Okay,
This is going to sound crazy, I apologize.
so,
But I am informed by a more experienced individual person who knows something about these things, that the sentence, "treat everyone with respect and consideration," has actually been either criticized or challenged.
could you please, Julie, just tell us again what page, are you on Exhibit A?
I'm on item 4A, page 3 of 8 in the ordinance, A at the bottom of the page. Treat
Oh, on the bottom, okay, thank you.
with respect and consideration. Sounds wonderful. I have no objection to that, except I understand that language has been put into some question. When I consulted with my own attorney about this, and they indicated that we need to say something here to the effect that nothing in the policy is intended to interfere with it or discouraging employees from engaging in activity regarding the terms and conditions of their employment. For example, during a conversation regarding terms of employment, bargaining, for example, that this particular one might be called out. So there may be some speech rights in other places. I'm not the legal expert here. I'm reporting from one I consulted, and this item came up, which surprised me because it wasn't one I had marked.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Also on page 4E, fully cooperate with the investigators by answering all questions posed. I personally believe this should be modified by answering all appropriate questions. I have some concern about a wandering scope of investigation. And by saying that we have to answer all questions posed or we have a problem, that concerns me. I have seen a wandering investigation in the past in our city and am concerned about this.
Do you want a response, or are we?
I'm curious, how does appropriate get defined in this particular case?
So what I've communicated with other council members is that we're in the process of reevaluating our investigative policies for the city. And part of that would be in how to conduct an investigation. And typically, an employee would bring their union representative with them to any type of meeting where they're being questioned about an event in which they could be disciplined for. And we rely, one, on the investigator to ask the appropriate questions, which are typically an employee. And we also rely on the employee or their union representative to identify when they feel like this has gone out of the scope of the issue.
It's the word "all" that is a concern of mine. I'm seeking a phrase that makes it pertinent.
Mr. Wysocki?
I would add my concern because during the investigation that led to my censure, it's exactly what happened. It went outside the scope of what I was told it was going to be, and then when I said that's not appropriate, guess what? I wasn't open, and that's you can't have a blank check like that.
So I understand the concerns, and this is directly related to this policy and not about the investigation. So the investigation training that we'll put together will identify that, and then the employee also has, like I said, they've got their rights that they are entitled to, in which their employee rep will represent them if something if they feel like there's a question that they shouldn't be answering. So they do have that
So
option to respond to that.
I appreciate that you're answering that employees who have unions have been protected by this, but council members don't have union protection. There are other entities in this group of protected peoples and involved peoples that don't have union protections. Are we voting on this sentence to be in our policy?
Yes, the policy presented today is,
Yes.
this is how we compel employees to talk.
Yes.
And we do.
I appreciate that we want to compel employees to talk about pertinent information.
Yes.
To the complaint. It is the phrase "all questions" that is a concern of mine.
It does say pertaining to the allegations. So it does go on to explain pertaining to the allegations.
I would agree that as written, because it's qualified by pertaining to the allegations, then the concern that I'm hearing from two council members is taken care of. So if the investigator is straying well outside of the bounds of any reasonable interpretation of an investigation, that there could be a line drawn, and at that point say that this exceeds the scope. So I think the concern is taken care of.
Could we change the order in some way so that it says to all questions pertaining to the allegations, so that it's clear that the pertaining to the allegations applies to the questions?
It doesn't substantively change the nature of the item. Changing the order would be acceptable, would it not?
Thank you. I just want to make sure the pertaining and the questions are really close. Thank you very much.
Any questions, other questions at this point?
So I just
Not
want
to this point.
I just want to clarify that, so the staff is clear on this, that the direction being given is to take the language essentially
E.
Let's see, to all questions pertaining to the allegations underlining the investigation, that would be moved forward. All questions pertaining to the allegations underlying the investigation posed during an investigation. That's what we would be doing. That's how it would read.
I'm happy with how you want to rewrite it so that the meaning is there.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I would just suggest it's a little premature since we're not to the point of making the motion. All the council present is hearing the feedback. I have the item, and if that's what the motion will be, then there may be friendly amendments. But if we do this on each item, I think it would lengthen this item. Let's just continue with the presentation, ask and answer questions, and once it comes to the motion, we'll do it in the normal course of making a motion.
Perhaps that's not a bad idea. If we could track the questions and then we'll get them dealt with all at one time, and to get through the piece and then move back after the motion is made, per our usual process.
Okay, thank you. So we'll track them, and then before making the motion, make sure we understand what's
track.
being, great.
Track our questions.
So I think we talked about the guidelines for identifying harassment on page 4 were added just to make it really clear for people to understand more fully what harassment looks like. Then we included complaints by city contractors and applicants for city employment are now handled through the city complaint process, since they're now part of the protected person, so how their complaints are handled. There is also clarification that the investigation procedures apply to complaints of retaliation against city employees, again, because we wanted to really call out that retaliation is also part of this policy, and people are protected against retaliation. And I think number 9 is particularly important based on feedback we got at the last couple of meetings, differentiating between the referral process for complaints against a city council member or appointed city board, commission, or committee member, and others to whom the policy applies. So any complaints against a city council member or appointed city board, commission, or committee member will actually be referred to the city manager for handling. It will not be handled by HR, because one of the big issues was feeling by some council members that too much power resided within HR on these issues. So that is a change that was made to address that concern. And that's on Exhibit A, it's page 6, and it is section 7BC.
7B6.
Thank you, 7B6, yes.
And
So,
I think it would be appropriate, if I may suggest, that there's sort of an inherent conflict here when you have a person who is the subordinate of someone else. Although it is the council as a whole, the city manager is being placed in the position of investigating his immediate supervisors in some way, supervisor in some way, nominal boss. Perhaps some logistics should be outlined here. For example, that some third party should be involved in this kind of investigation rather than having an immediate subordinate.
So it'll be up to the city manager, but we fully assume that the city manager would not be responsible for the investigation and hire somebody externally to do the investigation.
Should that be stated here?
Ms. Stricker?
This would preserve the city manager's discretion if the claim clearly did not warrant an investigation, that there was nothing to it, to not go forward and hire an investigator. I frankly can't imagine a city manager I've ever met who would not farm out one that is stating a claim that isn't frivolous. But this would preserve the city manager's ability to say this doesn't warrant investigation.
Would this come back in the outline about how to conduct investigations?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that we would put a direction for the city manager in the investigations policy.
I think the investigations policy is really going to be how to conduct an investigation and not when to conduct an investigation. So
I guess that I'm not suggesting that when is the issue, but suggesting that if the city manager views this as needing to go forward, the how-to part is bring in outside.
So perhaps you could, the drafting here would be something along the lines of, and if the city manager makes a determination that an investigation is warranted, will find an outside investigator. Something along those lines.
Something along those lines would satisfy me if it satisfies the rest of council.
okay, so track that.
Well, I guess sometimes, even if something is perhaps what one council member might consider stating the obvious, another council member may not. And so where we can create clarity and move forward, I think would be advisable.
I would just advise keeping the discretion of the city manager if it's on its face frivolous and doesn't warrant
Yes.
or doesn't warrant an investigation.
I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say that I agree with that, because I believe that if the city manager did see a need for an investigation, he would see an obvious conflict of interest, and he or she conducted the investigation, it would obviously farm it out for somebody else to do.
Great. Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll go to then number 10 for the next, that's okay. So it's a clearer outline of the process that is used by the Director of Human Resources when notification of a complaint has been received. And I think this was also part of a request in the past, just to have a clearer understanding, shared understanding of what that process entails. And that's on page 6 and 7, that's C, section 7C. Then 11 is differentiation between the right of appeal process for city council members, appointed city board, commission, and committee members, and others covered by the policy. And for city council members, appointed city board, commission, and committee members, it refers back to your code of conduct, how that would be handled, as opposed to this policy. Number 12 is addition of confidentiality. So just calling that out about how confidentiality is handled during this process. Then number 13 is the differentiation between the sanction and discipline process for city council members and appointed city board, commission, and committee members and others covered by the policy. And again, we refer back to the code of conduct. So using that as the guiding principles. And I believe that is all, are all of our substantive changes in the document. And so now it's the recommendation, but is this the point where you'd want to, other questions?
Questions at this point,
Yep.
and then I'll entertain a motion, and then we will consider changes or recommendations after that.
Great.
So at this point, I would entertain a motion by Vice Mayor Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Council Policy 700-03, Anti-Harassment and Discrimination Policy, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I
would
have a
like-
motion and a second. And Ms. Combs?
I have some, I'd like to request the, I think we had a friendly amendment regarding,
I have, Councilmember Combs, I have on page 4, letter E, 4E, to moving the questions pertaining to.
or even just the word pertaining.
Pertaining, okay. So you wanted that moved further up in the sentence?
If that's amenable to the individual making the motion.
This was the first recommendation?
Yeah, requesting that the word pertaining modify the word all.
If we could
Or
go back
pertinent.
one, because I thought there was some dialogue about A, respect and consideration, or are you okay with that?
I am okay to suggest that legal have a look at that language, and that if there proves to be some justification for my concern, they'll come back. I don't need to make that change tonight.
I can just suggest an amendment which I think addresses your concern, to take the phrase "posed during an investigation" and move it to the end of the sentence.
We're still.
Oh, you're, sorry, that's.
I'm sorry.
And that works for me, too.
My apologies.
So what I heard Councilmember Combs say on the wording in A, we're okay now unless the city attorney's office has some suggested language or further research says we had to change the last 3 words in that.
Item 4A, page 3 of the ordinance, where it has the respect and consideration language. If you find in your research that that language has had some criticism or does not hold up, I assume you will come back to us.
If there's a problem, I will come back. If you don't hear from me, it's because I don't have a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Does that work?
That works for me. I just brought it up. The other item was to figure out a way to make the all questions posed clearly about being pertinent. And I think you had a sentence for us that I liked, or that we could all like, maybe.
I would, to address your concern, I think if you move the phrase "posed during an investigation" to the end of the sentence, I think that addresses what you wanted to address.
Can you read the whole sentence?
Thank you.
So as amended, it would say, "Fully cooperate with the city's investigators by responding fully and truthfully to all questions pertaining to the allegations underlying the investigation posed during an investigation."
That works for me, if that works for you all. Thank you.
I would accept that.
I appreciate that clarity.
And do we need an acceptance from the second of the motion, just process-wise?
Yeah.
So it's okay
You
with
do.
me? Do we need to check with the second?
We would need to have a second.
So it looks like we have nodding
Okay.
heads.
I heard him nod. There was a sentence about the city manager where we simply added a gentle phrase about forwarding to outside counsel at discretion, understanding that frivolous could be acted upon immediately by ignoring them or whatever is done. I think you had a sentence on that. It was on page 6 of 8, item 7B6.
The language that I think addresses your concern would be to remove at the very end where it says "for further action," and instead to say, it would say, I would end it there. So it says, "shall refer the complaint to the city manager, period." If the city, and then a new sentence, if the city manager determines that an investigation is warranted, the city manager will refer the matter to an outside investigator.
Thank you.
Period.
Acceptable, Mr. Oliveris?
Yes, that's acceptable to me also.
Thank you. And we moved rather rapidly, and I missed a couple at the very end. If you can bear with me, there were two that we didn't get to because I thought we were going to do this and then move. One of them is a question about, it's item 8 on page 7.
And when you're saying page 7, are you in the electronic?
I'm on the actual
Because mine are not,
ordinance.
my pages are not numbered.
It says
Oh, there it
page
is. I got
7 of
it.
8 at the top corner.
Thank you. Now, very clearly numbered.
It's okay. No, it's not numbered where I thought it would
No.
be either. And then I found referring to the number item 9 that takes you to page 8 that goes to number 7, even more confusing. So rights of job applicants under 8, it appears the way it's written that job applicants have no rights to appeal. And it also appears that contractors have no rights to appeal. And I'm just asking, they're covered in other sections, I think, as in the policy, but seem to not have appeal rights. I may be misreading this, so I'm willing to be corrected.
I think the idea is that if you extend those rights, you could end up in a situation where you have in front of council a very large number of disappointed job applicants, given the size of the city, or a very large number of disappointed contractors, given the size of the city, that want to make their way to council, and that the sheer volume in that situation would perhaps be overwhelming. And so I think staff's recommendation, I will let HR speak for itself, is that that's an appropriate place to cut it off, so that there would be a process to have it heard, but to cut it off with the appellate rights, it may really eat up a large portion of your council meetings.
Mr. Vice Mayor, she's asking for a friendly amendment in that case.
I'm comfortable with the language as written.
Okay. I have a question about the confidentiality process, particularly important regarding appeals to city council. Are appeals confidential?
So in what frame are you referencing as far as their confidentiality? Managers are always required to keep any type personnel investigation confidential.
Are these done in closed session?
I'm sorry, close,
Yeah, what's the process for a person to appeal under?
so the appeal process is listed in the employee rules and regs.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, which I brought with me.
I haven't read that piece. I just wondered if the appeal to, for example, if you appealed to the city council, did you have your appeal here or did you have it in closed session? And it's in there somewhere?
The rules and regs, yes, but I'm not, it depends what complaint we're talking about and what appeal process and then what unit we're referring to also.
Well, under 9, it says confidentiality will be maintained to the extent possible.
So if you're talking about a city employee, if it's the kind of thing that gets to the council, to a city employee, and city employees don't get to the council. So we don't need to worry about that.
Okay. Okay. I will do a closer read of the handbook, which I didn't do. So I withdraw that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we get there?
I think we have,
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience.
certainly. I think we have a motion and some amendments that have been agreed to. And are they are any questions about how they have been recorded? Any clarity, any clarifications necessary?
Just for clarity, we have 2 changes to some language and 1 request to ensure the city attorney is comfortable with the language in that 1 section. If she is, you won't hear from her, and if there is some changes, then I think then we'll have to bring it back. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent. We then have our motion and our second, and your votes, council. And we have 6 ayes. Thank you very much. And thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Moving on to 14.7, Ms. Hurtado.
One last item. Item 14.7 is report approval of revised amendment number 1 to city manager employment agreement and ordinance establishing salary. Rhonda McKinnon, interim human resources director, reporting.
All right.
Did you do this one all by yourself, too? Just checking.
I can't find the X. Escape. Probably. So this presentation you've seen, I truly have lost my mouse. And I apologize, I sincerely apologize for bringing this back. We've already presented it to you once before, and what we found after the presentation is that there was a request for the increase of 2.5% for the city manager's salary. And when we gave you the resolution, we failed to put in the correct new salary. So the numbers that we gave you originally about the cost to the city for the city manager's increase has not changed. So that number is all correct. Nothing's actually changed. But what we didn't do is tell you what the exact salary was going to be, and that's absolutely necessary in the ordinance and the resolution.
And has been corrected in this.
That has been corrected. So therefore, I'm here to present the topic again. I think we've had most of you here last time, and I'm happy to go through all the slides if you like. Or I can.
I think we've.
I have this item. Do you remember? Would you like me to make the motion, sir?
Does council need any further clarification before we entertain the motion? I'm seeing no one looking for further clarification. Ms. Combs.
Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa establishing salary and other compensation and benefits for the city manager, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second, and your votes, council. And I have 6 ayes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your work on this item.
Oh, yes, Ms. Stricker.
You might want to check to see if anyone wanted to give public comment, and if they did on this item, I would encourage you to listen to it and then re-vote. But if there is no public comment, then I think you're fine.
I appreciate that, and I did skip that which is rare, but I have no cards on this item. Thank you. And this is, yes, it's a report item, so thank you for your caution. And we have no public hearings. Any written communication, Ms. Hurtado?
I believe it's in your packet, and it's the final map for Bay Village subdivision.
Thank you. Moving on to our second and last public comment period. Do we have any cards? Thank you. We are adjourned.
My schedule. You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.